Test, test, test. Ah, great. It works, miss. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, everything is fine.
Oh, super. Wow, less than a minute. In 1 minute, I'm gonna start the intro movie, and from there I will kickstart it, miss.
Good.
Thanks for checking. Everything is fine. All is gonna be good. So, see you on the other side.
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you very much. See you around. Oh, I see Mr. Sievers is here too.
We
Glad
are
to
not
meet you,
alone.
sir. I will catch up in a bit with you and looking forward to your showcase. Good day, all, and welcome to the Demo Day made by Pitch Talk. Today, we will explore Aurora and its ecosystem. First, a little introduction to Pitch Talk. Pitch Talk is a decentralized platform, and we accelerate fundamental innovation and application. I'm thrilled to share that innovative minds from all around the world come together today to showcase their project and its core functionality. In addition, forward thinking investors and VCs will follow the presentation in real time as judges. We have a lineup of 12 ambitious projects today, and we will kick the event with the man himself, Alex, the CEO from Aurora. So currently we're waiting for Alex. I believe he should tune in any moment, and in the meantime we'll wait a minute. So get ready to kickstart the event. Lovely. Alex made it. We have him here. I will open your mic right now, Alex. Hi, Alex. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Sorry for being a little bit late.
Oh,
How are you?
I'm very good. I'm happy to have you here. How are you doing today?
Absolutely great. It was a good start for me of the day, and absolutely looking forward for the Aurora Demo Day, taking into account all of these great teams that are here on Pitch Talk, pitching and demoing their technology.
Exactly. Well, Alex, the stage is all yours. We're looking forward to get enlightened by your showcase. And please give us a little introduction about yourself and feel free to kickstart your showcase.
Yeah, absolutely. So Hopefully, many people already know myself by this moment in time. If not, my name is Alex Shevchenko. I'm the CEO of Aurora Labs. This is a company that is developing the core technology for Aurora blockchain. So Aurora was built by Aurora Labs, and also some additional tools and additional things around Aurora have been built by Aurora Labs, right? And first of all, these are Aurora Plus. This is a service or a dApp for Aurora staking, governance powers, and general navigation through Aurora ecosystem. And the most recent development that we finished and we actually launched is Aurora Cloud, and this is a service to launch your own Aurora network, right? So this is something that we have been thinking of from the very beginning of Aurora, how to build it in order for everyone to be able to launch their own networks, to make sure that they have some kind of fixed capacity of this network. They are not disturbed by third-party applications, and perhaps introduce their own token as a base token in this network, or maybe introduce some additional compliance things, right? So quite a lot of things there. Actually, since this is a demo day, I would be able to show you some of this functionality absolutely live here without any major preparations. So let's see whether things are going to work or not. So let me prepare a little bit. I have my standard setup for showing things. And give me just a second. Okay, so let's see. Let me share my screen with you. Am I able to share the entire screen? Okay, I'm able to share the entire screen. You can see now what I can see, as far as I understand. Okay, cool. So here we go. This is the Aurora Cloud, the latest development that is up there. It is located on auroracloud.dev website. Pretty straightforward. You're able to go there and check out what is here. Now, you're able obviously to read quite a lot of different things on this website, especially how it works, right? But I already hinted you one of the components for this solution, and this is Aurora Silos, right? With Aurora Silos, you're able to launch your own blockchain that is deployed on the public infrastructure or near blockchain. So from the day one, your Aurora silo or your blockchain container, or just your blockchain or Aurora chain, call it as you like, it is available for, it is working on top of all of the near validators, absolutely the same way how Aurora mainnet is working, right? So 400 validators, super decentralized, protected with the extremely high cost of an attack. Also, in partnership with Calimero, what we are allowing businesses to launch is an Aurora on top of a private near network, which does not have this decentralization feature and this additional protection. But what it has is the more kind of secured and more private environment. So if you want to do that, this is also possible. But besides Aurora Silos, what we also have is Aurora Pass. So Aurora Pass is a blockchain wallet. It is an ordinary wallet connect or Web3 compatible wallet that is going to work with any Aurora instance, including mainnet and also any of the silos. And the good thing about it is that there are no per transaction fees in this wallet. So it is absolutely great for Web2 customers coming on chain and not bothering themselves working with crypto, because they don't need to have crypto in order to execute their transactions. And then the pretty standard question from your side would be, hey, but who is paying for transactions? Transactions are executed on the public blockchain. Somebody needs to pay. Well, the thing here that plays out well is the way how Aurora is built, right? It has this feature that is called protocol level meta transactions. So we are separating the payment for the transaction from the sign-in or authorization of a transaction. And while the user can authorize a transaction, it might be a third party who is paying for this transaction. For example, it can be just a promo action or a marketing campaign that is coming from Aurora ecosystem in general, or it can be from the actual application that the user is using. So, for example, I am playing a Motodex game, one of the games that is launched on Aurora network. So Motodex can pay for the execution of my transactions. And then it is super simple for me. I just pop up the wallet. I just look at the screen. I sign the transaction with ordinary biometric facilities, and then it just works. I don't need to buy crypto. I don't need to do KYC. I don't need to bridge my crypto somewhere, and it just works magically. The core piece here for businesses is that the blockchain business model, which is a per transaction payment, which is somehow going to the validators, incentivizing validators of the blockchain. This thing now, instead of being thrown in the face of a user, it is now concealed. User doesn't see it. And this is very, very great, because then any application that is working on top of the blockchain, this application does not reveal this blockchain component to the user, while still maintaining user who is in control of his assets, his governance powers, and so on. And a tool that allows you to actually pay for the user transactions and introduce some complicated behavior on for which transactions you are paying and which transactions you are just skipping. This tool is called Borealis Business. So Borealis Business is a dashboard for businesses to actually set up these free transaction flows for the users, right? So kind of Borealis Business goes together with Aurora Pass. Now, but besides that, Borealis Business is also working with with absolutely any wallets that are working with that are Web3 compatible, that are working with the front end of the application. So, in case you don't want, as a business, you don't want to incentivize people to install Aurora Pass, maybe you have a built-in wallet inside of your application. It is super simple to do one with Wallet Connect. Now, in case you have it, it is still going to work like that, and you're still able to use Borealis Business. Now, this particular feature of the free transactions and designing the flow is only the tip of the iceberg that is simple to understand. However, inside of it, Borealis has a diverse and very distributed set of the RPC nodes, or the endpoints to which a user is connecting in order to have a connection to the blockchain. And because of this, the response time of Borealis RPC infrastructure is extremely low. It is multiple times lower than any RPC that is available for Ethereum ecosystem or other EVM compatible chains. We are able, through Borealis, to serve 99% of requests in around 50 milliseconds. So this is quite a responsive RPC. So it is suitable for building interactive front ends or interactive user interfaces, right? So that's all kind of cool stuff, right? And let's actually see how it works in practice. And in order to see it, well, everyone is able to do this, but I'm just going to run through the demo that is available on auroracloud.dev website. And we're going to see all of these features all together combined. Let's see. So I'm clicking on the demo, and I'm able to connect to the Aurora Innovation Silo. And this is a separate smart contract that is working on top of Near blockchain. So remember, everything that we are going to do here is going to be executed on the public Near network, right? And we would be able to see these transactions happening directly on public Near. Okay, so What I'm doing here is I'm just connecting my MetaMask wallet, and that is pretty simple. So I have my MetaMask. You can see that I have my test wallet. It is connected here. The after the connection, what website did, it retrieved from my MetaMask the address, and it was whitelisting this address for transactions on Aurora Innovation Silo. So that was an additional move that was performed on the level of a smart contract. Before that, if I would be connecting to this network, by the way, I'm here on the Aurora mainnet, so I need to switch it into the Aurora Innovation Silo, right? Okay, so now I switched to this silo, and yeah, okay, now I connected to it. So yeah, and I was whitelisted. In case I would connect to this innovation silo separately, not through this interface, I would not be able to execute any transaction. So here you go. This is a something to show that there is this whitelist and capabilities. They are pretty useful for compliance reasons. So the base token of innovation silo, or the token that is used in order to pay transaction fees, is INNO, right? It is available here. I have a balance of INNO tokens, 162.0 something something. In case this is just because it's not the first time when I'm running through this demo, but for you, once you're going to connect, you're going to have only like 100 INNO tokens or something like that. So I do have this setup here. Innovation tokens. I have some additional tokens, but we're going to run through this next. Now we've done this first step, and the second step is actually showcasing the Ethereum compatibility and custom tokens mechanics, right? And by saying custom token mechanics, I'm saying that the base token is INNO. This is something new, right? This is a token that is launched specifically for this silo. And the cool stuff about it, the customizing token mechanics, means that the fee for every transaction is not going to depend on the amount of computations inside of the transaction, or in other words, the gas cost of the transactions. In the case of the innovation silo, we're substituting this by just a fixed fee for all of the transactions that are happening there. And the fixed fee is 1 INNO token for any transaction, right? There is another token that is available on this silo, and this is Poodle token. This is a meme coin of Innovation Silo, and it is available there, and it is available for trading and swapping, right? The ordinary Uniswap v2 interface or like an AMM is deployed on Aurora Innovation Silo. So what we are able to do is actually to swap a little bit of INNO into Poodle and back, right? So I can put here, for example, swapping 10 INNO tokens into Poodle. I'm going to get 9.9 Poodle tokens. I can click swap. And what you're able to see here is that my MetaMask is hinting me that there is going to be a swap that costs 10 INNO tokens, but the estimated gas fee, or the gas fee for the transaction, is 1 INNO token. So in total, as I said, it is fixed, it is constant. So in total, this transaction is going to use 11 INNO tokens. So I'm just confirming this transaction, and we are waiting a little bit for the execution of this transaction. As you can see, transaction has been executed in less than 2 seconds. This is the speed of the Aurora blockchain and any Aurora Cloud instance. It is extremely fast because of the underlying NEAR technology. And in NEAR blockchain, we have blocks that are generated every second, right? So what we are able to see here, we are actually able to view this transaction on Explorer. There is some kind of interesting misconfiguration. Here we go. This is a yeah, probably there is some kind of problem with the certificate. So HTTPS is not working there. So yeah, sorry for this, but things are happening on the in just demoing. But you are able to see here the transaction actually in MetaMask. So there is a a transaction, it was confirmed, 10 INNOT tokens were used there. If we can go into the activity log, you can see when the transaction was done. Unfortunately, there is no transaction decoding here, so there is no logs. But if I'm going to click on Block Explorer, yeah, the same problem here. Okay, but the transaction was completed, and at least what you are able to see is that now I have less. It was 162 INNOT tokens. Now I have 151 INNOT tokens. And besides that, I do have some Poodle tokens available. So let's continue. Now, the cool thing about Aurora cloud instances or Aurora chains is the interoperability with other Aurora cloud instances and with near chains. It is simple to understand just because all Aurora cloud instances are just smart contracts that are running on top of Near, right? So how cool is that? You're able to just cross-contract call other solutions because there are custom precompiles that are developed inside of Aurora that are allowing you to call other smart contracts. For all of the developers who are interested in this particular functionality, I recommend to go to Aurora Developers Portal and go into the dev feed. There are these very deep technical articles here, and you are able to take a look into cross-ecosystem communication and the examples of how things are working and what is the layout of this. This is one of the very deep articles about it, and there is another one that I recommend you to take a look at, and this is built in a game using Near, Aurora, and Boss, right? So Near has this cool new technology that is called blockchain operating system, or the framework that allows you to build decentralized front ends. And actually Near, Aurora, and blockchain operating system, they can all interact with each other. You're able to have smart contracts running on Aurora, some pieces running on Near, and then the front end deployed on Boss, and then everything magically works because of the cross-contract calls available inside of Aurora Cloud. So for our particular use case here, what is important is to check this interoperability, right? And we are going to do it with the transfer of the tokens from the innovation silo back into Near. So what we are able to do here is actually to enable the transfers in between Near network and innovation, and for some Aurora tokens. So what I'm able to do, I have this account as2.near. I'm able to transfer from Near one Aurora token, for example, into the innovation silo. Right now I have 1.4 Aurora in innovation silo. So I'm able to call the transfer tokens. I'm able to, this is my as2.near. I'm able to approve my transaction. Again, this thing is working on the Near protocol, right? Again, the transaction is executed quite fast, right? The transfer is complete already. Again, this is not a transfer. This is just, this is a transfer of the tokens, but this is just a cross-contract call. I'm able to look in Explorer, which is Near blocks here, and here you go. It's just as2.near transferred to Aurora silo dev.near, which is the innovation silo, right? And just one Aurora token has been transferred. And we can transfer again. We can transfer from innovation silo to Near network, one Aurora token. So here you go. Just click on it, my MetaMask pops up, and I have, again, a fee of one INNOT token that I need to pay for this transfer. I'm confirming the transfer, and again, magically in just 2 seconds, the transfer is complete. By the way, for this transaction, for the execution of this transaction, since everything is happening on Near blockchain, there is some Near tokens that are paid, right? Who is paying this? Yes, you got it. This is a Borealis infrastructure who is paying, and innovation silo, or the developers of innovation silo, are paying these fees through the Borealis infrastructure instead of a user, while their business model is to charge one INNOT token. Obviously, this is all a demo here, but this is something that you are able as a company implement inside of it. Your users do not need to think about the Near token price. They paying for transaction. You actually can set 0 INNOT tokens to be paid for every single transaction. here for your users. Okay, and another thing that we would like to that I would like to show you is the infrastructure control, right? If you remember in the beginning, I said that my account was whitelisted on the innovation silo, but there is an additional whitelist there, and this is the whitelist of who is able to deploy smart contracts on this innovation silo, right? Deploying smart contracts is absolutely separate thing, and in case you're building your own ecosystem within your own EVM compatible network, perhaps you would like to make sure that this ecosystem is not polluted with some kind of bad use cases, right? Or the use cases that you have not approved. So there is this particular new feature for checking it out. So there is this contract deployment transaction. I'm able to try to deploy it, and let's see how things are going to go with this deployment. So the front end says the contract deployment failed, but we are able to see in an independent software in MetaMask what was happening here. So check a look here. There was a transaction. We're trying to deploy a new smart contract, and the transaction was actually canceled, and that's it, right? So it was created and it was rejected. That's this is what happened. I'm not able to deploy the smart contract on top of the innovation silo because I'm not in the whitelist. And that's it. This is the whole demonstration of different features of Aurora Cloud. I highly encourage everyone who is building their own use cases to check out Aurora Cloud. Try to think of how this can be applied. We're receiving quite a lot of inquiries, and we're working right now already with many different companies. By now, there are already 4 silos that are deployed. It is happening in a stealth mode. You don't know yet what are these silos. However, we are going to reveal this information as soon as we would be able to do it. So many people are coming. They are using these different features for smooth onboarding. There is a pretty big gaming company that is deploying on Aurora Cloud. They're using this Borealis infrastructure to make sure that the user onboarding is super simple. There is some ordinary Web2 businesses that are deploying, and they are using these features of whitelisting to make sure that they are compliant with all of the regulations and stuff like that. So there are quite a lot of things happening there. And by the way, last thing that I want to mention is that Borealis is available also for Aurora mainnet. So in case you're willing to deploy an Aurora mainnet but pay for the transactions for your users, you're also able to do it. So contact us. We're going to explain you how to do this stuff and make sure that you're doing this thing. So that's it. I have a couple minutes here, and maybe I can answer some of the questions.
Yeah, that will be great. Thank you so much for showcasing your presentation. It was quite remarkable. For me personally, very fascinating. I've been with Aurora since the scratch, and seeing how you have been developing all these new features, wow, it's just thrilling. So, Alex, Aurora is like an amazing infrastructure as an EVM of NEAR. And not to forget, of course, NEAR is the blockchain operating system. And we also know it as the boss. And I was wondering, in your view, what is the essence of the NEAR blockchain operating system, and how does Aurora support the boss initiative?
Yeah, so in terms of the boss, I can say that from my point of view, the biggest, there are multiple things around the boss, but my mental model, how to understand it is the following. Blockchain as we know it right now with smart contracts, it decentralized the backend for the applications, right? Instead of a centralized databases, now we have decentralized database, and there are some programs that are running on top of it. With BOSS, what it allows you to do is actually to decentralize front ends. So your code, your JavaScript code, can be deployed still on the blockchain, but it can be served from the blockchain directly into the browsers of your end users. And besides that, what BOSS is also willing to do, and this is an additional piece, is to decentralize also the data infrastructure, the RPC connection and similar things. So boss so Near is pushing towards, and actually already doing it, is decentralizing the whole stack of the application, not only the backend part. In terms of how we are supporting BOSS initiative, that's pretty straightforward. So we've developed several widgets for BOSS. Through them, there are some service widgets for making sure that people are able to build blockchain explorers with Aurora too. So that's there is some kind of indexing piece that is there. Then Rainbow Bridge, the bridge in between Ethereum, Near, and Aurora. This is something that is now available in the BOSS also. So there is a Rainbow Bridge widget there, so you can transfer tokens directly in BOSS. And besides that, we are also building some small applications and showcasing how to use Aurora and BOSS. And for example, as I shown to you, there is this game that is developed by Michael, one of our engineers, and he's using Near blockchain, Aurora, and also the BOSS. And this can bring to any developer some example how to actually do this.
Amazing. Thanks for clarifying. Then I have one more question for you. It's something that I noticed recently. It's quite exciting to see that Aurora already onboards Web2 companies in its ecosystem, and with that said, drives mass adoption. So I was wondering, I seen that we have a Dutch real estate firm that tokenizes real-world assets, and even a Californian winemaker selling NFTs on Aurora. So, what is your experience with onboarding these Web2 companies on your infrastructure, and how do you envision the future of blockchain with its mass adoption?
So the typical thing that we see right now with Web2 companies is the following. Web2 companies, they speak a pretty different language, I would say. So as blockchain people, we usually think about decentralization, robustness, anti-fragility, right, of the systems. We do not trust governments, we do not trust financial institutions, and that's why we're keeping our assets in control by ourselves, right? That's a typical setup. From the standpoint of the Web2 company, it is less relevant to them. They do understand that there are some risks like this, but it is an order of magnitude lower than their day-to-day needs. And their needs are, how can I increase my profits and decrease my losses, right? So they are thinking from that standpoint. And the good and interesting thing that they figured out that actually blockchain can help them to sell more, or have some cuts in their costs, in their cost structure for doing some operations. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples here. One is if we're talking about tokenization of the real world assets. Imagine a real estate that is tokenized, right? And then there is literally a square meter available on the blockchain. Imagine that there is an apartment that is 150 square meters, and instead of having just one asset, it can be tokenized into 150 assets, right? So there is a fungible tokens, there are 150 of them. Every single token represents a square meter of this apartment. So what this allows them to do, actually two main things. First one is that an investor who is willing to invest in the real estate in order for this property to be in rent later, what he can do is to invest in just 1 square meter. This decreases the entry barrier for any person, and this just widens the market for them. Now they are able to serve the ability to invest in the real estate to much smaller investors, right? To the investors that are investing $10,000 US or $20,000 US. So this is This is now, it is possible, right? So it widens their market, increases their reach, so they are able to cover more. So this is the first thing. Second thing is that in case a real world asset is tokenized, then you're also able to do markets with these real world assets and build any DeFi primitives or any financial primitives on top of it. For example, futures, stuff like that, and derivatives, right? So, for example, imagine that there is an energy that is tokenized, and you are able to buy a futures of energy for the next winter in order to just heat up your house. How cool it would be to protect yourself from the super high increase in the energy price, right? You can just buy futures at the particular price for the energy in January next year, and then you can manage your risks. So super cool thing, and it is available through the blockchain, and then you can introduce organic markets for this stuff. So this is what Web2 understands. This is what Web2 understands. This is first thing. And second example here, and I know that we're running a little bit over time here, but this is also super crucial, is gaming, right? And what gaming companies understand is that in case the user is more engaged, in case the gamer is more engaged, in case he is more inside of the game, well, he is going to spend more money on it. So they are going to earn more money. And that is absolutely great for them. And in order to give this engagement to the users, they need to own something. They need to have this feeling that they are owning something, and then this something is also kind of exclusive, and maybe they're famous. There's some kind of famous person who's playing the same game is owning absolutely the same thing, right? So it's kind of like your god of this game is doing similar things. So this is what is bringing engagement, and obviously through the blockchain, through NFTs, the engagement can be increased a lot when the user understands that it is something that is owned by him and not something that is just displayed in the application, right? And that's why there are quite a big push for the blockchain gaming happening, right? So this is how Web2 is coming to the blockchain. They're less thinking about decentralization, trust layer, and stuff like that. They are more thinking about these particular, very valuable things, new features that they are able to introduce in their own business. They are not thinking about disrupting their business model. They are thinking about keeping it absolutely the same as it is right now. So, and because of this, it is super crucial for them to have these free transactions for the users, so they are not going into all of the details and the depth of the blockchain world.
Wow, that is super impressive. It's great to see that through this infrastructure, you're opening a wide range of new opportunities for traditional businesses. So thank you for clarifying that question. I have to say we're indeed over time, but I would like to ask one more question for the builders among us, if that's fine with you, sir. And there's also a community member, Ali. I think it will be nice to let also a community member ask his question. So if you have a few more minutes, that will be highly appreciated, Alex.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. So for the developers among us, could you please guide us through the process of how builders can test Aurora Cloud and benefit from its features? And most definitely feel also free to show some visual material if it helps.
Yeah, so right now, for the developers, in case you're interested in Aurora Cloud, what you're able to do is to go to auroracloud.dev, just write us a message inside of the form that is on the website, and we are going to go with you through some discovery within what you need, right? There is this innovation silo. You can try out some things. We are going to roll out also a particular silo. Okay, I'm going to hint you a little bit of an alpha.
Nice.
There will be a hackathon in between Aurora and Encode. So for the developers who are willing to try out the features of Aurora Cloud, we have already launched a silo for this hackathon. It is working on public neural network. The transactions are free there. and you are able to check things out there, right, on this particular silo. But if you would like to have your own silo, taking into account, multiple pieces, right, multiple building blocks of this solution, we need to go with you on a one-by-one basis on what is required for you. Do you need a silo? Do you need a connection of Rainbow Bridge? Do you need a block explorer? Do you need indexing services? Do you need an Oracle? What additional applications do you need for your application to work there? Maybe we need to get in touch with Origami or Bastion or Trisolaris or whatever from 250 different applications that are working on Aurora right now. So we can put you in connection, right? It's just for businesses, blockchain is not only an EVM. There is tons of things around it, and we are able to help you set it up. We know how hard it is because we have been setting up Aurora mainnet for like 2 years. We know how complicated this process is. So we are able to guide you through this. It's not something like an executive that you can run on your computer. It is a more complicated process. So we just need to go with you through the requirements. Do you need Borealis business or not? What type of the RPC? What is the expected load? What do we need to run for you? Which kind of servers? Stuff like that. So we can go with you through this. But what I can tell is that with the current customers that are deploying on Aurora Cloud, we are able to pack all of the time for preparations and setting things up into literally 1 week. So from the moment when you're entering or enrolling into this particular solution, you will be able to get the silo that is required for you in 1 week time.
Thank you so much for the guide, Alex. Then I have one last question from the community, from Ali. Let me see. Ali asks, will there be node institution and node validator process on Aurora Cloud? And when will it be active? If you can share this information, of course.
So yeah, it's super simple. So like there are two options for Aurora Cloud instances, right? One option is to launch on a public blockchain. And this is near blockchain. And in such a case, or this Aurora Cloud instance is going to work on all near validators. There are quite a lot of institutional validators there. There are quite the validator setup for near blockchain is quite wide, right? So there is no need for you to run validators in order to have your own EVM chain. Here is the magic of Aurora. You can forget about validators. You can forget about paying for the validators. You can just pay literally cents and fractions of a cent to the near blockchain for executing the transactions. This is the magic here, right? So in such a case, there is a public blockchain setup. The information that is stored in the silo is going to be public, but you are able to restrict the access to this silo and restrict the set of people who are able to execute transactions on this silo through these whitelisting capabilities. So this is one thing. There is another way how this can be set up, and this is through the private deployment of Near protocol. So we can privately deploy Near protocol on obviously lower amount of nodes. This might be institutional nodes. And then on top of this, we can launch on Aurora instance, and then you will have an EVM compatible network that is set up in a private environment. This is also possible, and in case this is required. From our side, this is required in 2 cases, these are the typical use cases when people are asking for this. One is when people are very extremely paranoid about their information. This might be happening because they just want to secure their information and not to share it with anyone. As always, my cat comes.
Hello, cat.
Yeah, so in case you don't want to share the information, or maybe it is a regulatory compliance procedure that you are not able to share this information. For example, this can be connected with GDPR or other user data protection regulations. So that's this is one case. This is one case. There is another case is that they would like to set up a private network because the ordinary validators of Near protocol are not delivering enough performance. So Aurora Cloud instance on top of Near, it can provide you the capacity of processing like 15 million transactions per day. This is like 10x comparing with Ethereum at the moment, right? But for some use cases, it might not be enough. For example, kind of wide payments use cases, or maybe super big games or something like that. So there is just there is not enough capacity, and you would like to have more. So what you are able to set up is to set up a private network that is working on more beefy servers. This is kind of Solana type movement, I would say. So kind of put in more beefy machine, more CPU, more RAM, better connectivity, and then they would be able to process 50 million, 100 million transactions per day. So for some use cases, this performance boost is important, and that's why they're going for a private network instance, right? But obviously, this would also mean that you would need to spend your money into better validators and make sure that they are working, and this is going to be quite a different setup. Because on the public network, you are able to enjoy all of the developments that are already available there. Rainbow Bridge for connectivity with Ethereum. There are official deployment of USDT on Near, right? So in case you will willing to onboard people through stable coins, this is something that you are able to do. There are tons of other applications with which you are able to interact through the cross contract calls, right? So you are able to get liquid. You're able to tap into the liquidity that is available on Near and Aurora blockchain right away, right? So these are kind of things that are there now. So I'm just saying it that the private network setup is different from the public network setup, right? But these are two particular reasons why people are asking for private network setups. And in this case, Ali, obviously, the big question is who is going to run these networks? Who's going to run these servers, right? So for this, we can use many different options. Any cloud providers, Amazon Web Services, Hetzner, whatever you want to use, this is all possible.
Many thanks, Alex. And bless you. It's been a great pleasure to kickstart Aurora on our demo day. I admire the work you do and the value you bring to the space. Totally no-brainer. You're a great mind, and I hope to see you again in the future. So thank you for your extra time. Thanks for inviting your special guest, your Harry Cat. And I wish you a beautiful day, Alex. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody, and have a great demo day today.
Goodbye. So that was the showcase of Alex. Quite remarkable. Next on our lineup, we got Jacob Sievers from Gorilla Fund. And we'll kickstart his showcase in a little minute. Hello, Mr. Sievers. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Definitely, loud and clear. It's a
Perfect.
great pleasure to have you here, Mr. Sievers.
Yes.
How are you doing today?
Great. It's a great opportunity to show you what we have built. So
Yeah.
great, yes.
Most definitely. I have to say, I recently found out about your project and I absolutely got hooked up with it. I know a lot of friends of mine who are active in the NFT space, and it's quite remarkable what type of value and tools you offer. So, for the people who are not familiar yet with you and Gorilla, please give us a little introduction about yourself and feel free to showcase your project.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm Jacob Sievers, the CEO of Gorilla, and we are a small team, 6 people working together and bringing value to the NFT space. And yeah, I think we have developed a very cool product that I would like to show you, because we think right now NFT collectors, or the one that produce the NFT collections, have a little bit of problem. I try to share my screen. Yes. Do you see my screen with the gorilla logo?
Yes, we now do.
Perfect. Yes. Yeah, they have a problem because right now on the big marketplaces, they are just one out of many. And we thought, or we asked ourselves the question, do you want to be really a drop in the ocean, a drop in the open sea? Or do you want to be seen as you are? And you are unique, like your NFT collection. And the question is there, why not present it that way? Yeah, and perhaps impossible, complicated, or frustrating. Well, until now, because we, Gorilla, will try to make you shine. We developed the tools for you to create, distribute, and sell token-based products that help you to be your brand, right? And we have right now 3 products developed. First, Unicat. This is a Figma plugin, free for everyone to use, where you can generate your artworks pretty easily. Then we developed Automat. Automat is a batch minter. So with Automat, you can batch mint and list your NFTs just by uploading a zip folder, right now in alpha. And we have Bazaar, our mightiest tool out there, that helps you to develop your brand, to set up your very own NFT shop just within 5 minutes. All our products are user experience focused, because we think pretty much of the problems of Web3 right now are that the tools are too complicated to use. So we try to make this as easy as possible. They are truly personal, and we build on Near and EVM chains. Our setup was always built with scalability in mind, because this is necessary. And this enables us to build verticals for Web3 niche markets at high speed and very low cost. But I guess I show you what we have built. Yeah, this is our website. And here you find our apps. And today I want to show you Bazaar. This is our mightiest tool, and what I'm most proud of. It helps you to create fully customized storefronts for any shop on Mintbase, or your collectibles in your wallet on Ethereum, Polygon, Binance Smart Chain, Avalanche, or Phantom. It allows you to apply your very own branding and stand out from the crowd, not just be a drop in the ocean sea. Yeah, let's take a look. You just click Start Now, and then can choose between the multi-chain solution or Near. Let's take a look at the Near solution. We built a testnet store right now. And these are just 4 steps. The first step is already done because my wallet is connected. Then you just need to paste in your email. Repeat it. Hit next. Search your store on Mintbase. Let's build this one today. Hit next. Hit I accept the terms and start building the shop. This takes now 5 minutes, and we set up 2 parts for you. The first one is a content management system. So after 5 minutes, you're receiving an email that gives you access to the content management system. And we try to make it as easy as possible. So you can easily configure your NFT shop in the configuration section. You can adjust the appearance. You can easily configure the navigation, the menus on top and on the bottom. You can create unlimited pages. A blog is comes out of the box. You can see your collectibles, your memberships, and the purchases that are done over your shop. But let's take a closer look to it. Here you can select the logo for your shop. The fav icon is configurable. And here you can, for example, add the social media links. The appearance shows how your front end will look like. You can easily set the color. You can toggle dark mode if you like this more. Choose out of 8 different font families and customize the border radius of your cards. Make it large this time. Don't forget to publish the changes, and then your front end, that is the second part you get with the email, will directly reflect the changes after one reload. Yeah. The navigation. If you want to add a link to the header menu, just select a page from the drop-down, publish it, and it will appear on top of your page. The pages section is for your content. So if you, for example, want to add something to the imprint page, just select out of 10 different building blocks for the page to customize it. Perhaps you want to have a product teaser for one of your NFTs. Just select one, publish it, and it will appear on the imprint page. A cool feature, as I think, is that you can easily restrict access to one of the pages. You can easily token gate your page by adding one of your NFTs. Let's choose an Angry Andy, publish it, and now only user with this token have access to the page. Let's take a look at the page. One reload, and now the imprint page is token gated. Oh, I have to connect my wallet. This one. I don't have Angry Alex, so I don't get access. If you have the token in your wallet, you can easily see the content. So basically, you can build right now OnlyFans with that. Yeah, but many more. Think about coding tutorials or some other token-gated access or some other things that you can realize with token-gated access. Yeah, this is a part where you can write a blog post. So I guess everybody knows how something like this works. Just add the date. It's already set. Test. Publish it, and you have your blog on your page, as you see here. This section shows all your NFTs, and you have full control what's shown on your NFT shop or not. For example, you don't want Alarmed Alec to show up, just unpublish it, and it will no longer show up on your site. You can adjust the title and the description easily if you made an error, perhaps when you minted. The membership feature is pretty new. Right now I have no in it. The membership is just an NFT that is valid for a certain time. You mint an NFT with a duration in month for 3, for example, and then you get access with this membership token only within this time frame. And the purchases section will show all your purchases. Yeah, so this is what we have built. Let's take a look at the front end again. Here you have a custom preview, and this shows all your products. Everything is mobile optimized, and customizable. Last week, someone has built this cool shop, pretty nice, if I think. So, and this one is also pretty cool, one that has been built on the EVM chains. Yeah, let's go back to the presentation. Yeah, we are searching for investors. Yeah, the investment case. We are building on the one hand on Mintbase. Why? Because in our opinion, Mintbase builds the NFTs infrastructure for the next generation. The options that they deliver are so many and so cool that I really like building on top of Mintbase, as you easily can, for example, mint an NFT that has a PDF stored on Arweave connected to it. And this is a really great feature, as this could be a contract for a subscription or something like this. Mintbase has pretty cool numbers and is backed by the best. And what is most important, is permanently evolving. OpenSea, everybody knows this, is the biggest marketplace for NFTs right now. With our EVM solution, every collection can easily turn into a fully personalized Gorilla shop. And with our EVM solution, every wallet owner on Ethereum, Polygon, Binance Smart Chain, Phantom, Avalanche, and soon Arbitrum and Optimism can build his very own NFT shop in minutes and sell them without any marketplace fees. This version will be subscription-based in the future with different tiers based on the functionalities. On the roadmap, we will add tickets and coupons. We already developed proof of concepts for that let you turn every NFT into a ticket or a coupon. We will integrate Automat, our batch minter, into the content management system so that you can easily mint thousands of NFTs just from within the content management system to, for example, mint tickets for your event. And we will integrate further Web3 components we can basically interact with any Web3 protocol. Who we are? We are the Gorilla Troop. We are a team of 6 experienced professionals working since 2 years on the cutting edge of Web3, building a highly adaptable set of software. And we want to build the future of NFT trade together. So we are looking for investment. We would be happy if you join us as an investor on this journey. Thank you very much, Jacob. Okay, that's for what we are doing and what we are building. I hope this gave you an interesting overview. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Sievers. That was very delightful and absolutely no-brainer for you too. Like for a perspective from the NFT space, you guys are definitely an example of pushing through with fundamental innovation and application. I know a lot of friends who can benefit from your platform, and I would like to also congratulate you. I noticed that Gorilla is one of the 6 winning projects that actually received funding through the Mintbase grant program. And I was wondering, could you tell me a little bit more about your synergy, but also your experience with Mintbase and its grant program?
Yes, sure. It was a great experience. It was a seamless process to make the proposal and to get the grant. And we worked pretty good together. And yeah, as I said, Mintbase is I love the developer experience pretty much. It's totally easy to add custom stores with the help of Mintbase, and their minting options are so great. There are so many possibilities to use their minting capabilities that I'm totally happy that we received the grant. and could, with their help, build Automat, the badge minter, that will be in the future a really, really useful tool, as I think. Because in the alpha stage, you can just mint the badges, but soon in the future, we will add the possibility so that you can easily also mint tickets or coupons or contracts if you add PDFs to the NFTs with that tool. And I think this is a missing part, because imagine you have an event and you want to mint tickets for that, and you just need to hit one button in the content management system, upload your zip file, and everything gets minted and is directly reflected on your shop, where then the customer can buy the tickets for the event. And what we also have as a proof of concept is a scanner for that tickets. The tickets will be QR code based, right? And then you have your web page. The scanner is already integrated, so that with a mobile you can scan the QR code and you get entry into the event. So basically, from making the tickets to selling the tickets to getting access to the event, this can be set up in half an hour. And yeah, this is, in my opinion, pretty cool. And this with the security of Web3 technology. Yeah. So great experience overall.
That's absolutely super cool. Thank you so much for clarifying. Then I would also like to mention that I think it's quite noble and especially admirable how you and your team provide these NFT tools to give builders but also communities a seamless experience with NFTs. So it seems that in the near future already, anyone can seamlessly create NFT collections at your platform and even open an NFT shop. So amazing features. And I was wondering, what are the future development goals for Gorilla to push through new boundaries in the NFT space? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. First, as I mentioned already, tickets and coupons. What this exactly means, I want to clarify on the coupon part. Coupons are NFTs. It's a little bit, I have to say, it's a little bit a Web 2.5 solution, but I think it makes sense in that case. The coupon is an NFT that you can add different products to. For example, you have an event and the customer shall get, on the one hand, entry, and he gets one merch and a beer and something to eat or something like that. You can configure these products with a content management system, and then you make the NFT to a QR code, and then the customer gets into the event. As a NFT, as a QR code gets scanned, and then if he gets entry, the ticket is redeemed. If he eats the food, gets redeemed. Then he drinks the beer is redeemed. And then he collects the merch, and the merch is redeemed. Everything just once, because we recognize the redemption. And this can be easily adjusted in the content management system, right? So I think for some payment processes, not everything needs to be on chain. But with the NFT that has all that has has a contract per PDF, for example, that says you get a merch, you get a beer, you get entrance, and so on. This is clear. This is secured, and then this is, in my opinion, enough for many use cases, right? If we for everything make a transaction on chain, connect the wallet, makes a transaction or something like this. This is not what most customers want. They want the most easiest way to do this, and this is just showing you the QR code and get the QR code scanned. And if the products are not valuable, just no, then this is okay. It's totally okay in my opinion. Yeah. So this is something that we will integrate, for example. But there are so many more, right? Our page builder can be used for tokenized real estate, for example, that shows the building, and then you have 100 NFTs that represent fractionalized ownership of the building, for example, and you buy through our webpage as a fractionalized ownership of the building, and you can easily set up for every building the webpage, for example. Yeah.
Amazing. It sounds like there are endless of opportunities.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yes.
Super cool, Mr. Sievers. You actually kind of answered my last question, but perhaps you can add something to it. How do you envision the future and use of NFTs?
Yeah, I'm an absolute optimist with this case. In my opinion, we will see for every valuable real asset, we will see a digital twin on the blockchain, because transferring digital assets is so much more easy than in the real world, that tracking these transfers or something like this, it just makes sense to track this digital. And so for the most valuable goods, we will have NFTs that will help bookkeeping these transactions and so on. The only thing that is missing is the easy creation of these NFTs, and very important, a very cheap blockchain like Near. Right, the minting on Near is way more cheaper than on other blockchains. So I guess this could be the blockchain of choose for these digital twins. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your vision. I think we're mostly on the same page, sir. And I want to thank you so much for your brilliant showcase. It was super interesting to follow it. And definitely I will keep my scope on you and your project. So I wish you a great day, sir. And hopefully in the near future, we will see you again at our demo day.
Perfect. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And for this great platform that with Pitch Talk, right? It's great.
Appreciate it, mister. I see you till the next time.
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much.
Goodbye. So we're taking a little break of 30 seconds. Within 1 minute, Uniform will kickstart the next pitch, and we'll be back at you in a moment. Hey, Alex.
Hey guys, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Like fully with impulses from many projects and many projects to come, and mostly very happy to see you actually in real life now. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and I'm happy to be here on this platform and to provide some, information about our interesting project. So thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, Alex. So feel free to kickstart your showcase, and definitely also give us a little introduction about you and your team. And I will be delightful checking it out.
Sure, let me start my screen demonstration. Just a sec. So, guys, can you see my screen now? Is it? Yeah, it's live, yes.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, cool. So in this case, yeah, let me share a few words about me and my team, about my partners. So I'm in crypto from 2017. I participated in some ICOs back in the day, helped some ICO projects. Before this, I do have some brokerage experience, so I know the thing or two how the market's operating. In 2019, 2020, me and my other partners, we have established a blockchain development company. It's called MyCDM Lab. So we have been creating mostly DeFi solutions. So this is like our main area of expertise. And I would say help to create more than 30 different custom products. So like we're doing this on a like fully basis. I mean like front end, back end, smart contract development, marketing at some point. And around 1 year ago, we decided to create a tool, like internal tool for ourselves. So we were staking, we were farming, we were providing liquidity, we were getting some APY profit on top of this, and we decided to create something that can help us out in this journey. Because when we were doing this, it was annoying. It was a bad user experience. Liquidity sources were fractionalized. There was a lot of manual work, a lot of on-chain operations. So like we started Unifarm as our internal project for our own staking and farming needs. Then we show it to our friends, to some DeFi enthusiasts. They say, okay, you need to add this feature and this feature. At some point, we understood this, like we are really solving some problems on the DeFi yield aggregation market, and decided to bootstrap Unifarm into something bigger. So this is like a small story about me, my team, and how we actually came up with the Unifarm idea. So basically, what is Unifarm? It's a cross-chain yield aggregator with optimization functionality. So we're aggregating different trusted yield sources inside. We are providing the best, like the top-notch APY on top of this liquidity, and plus on top of this, we do have a special system, a special feature called auto stress, which is our unique value proposition, which is automatically moving liquidity around different yield sources, meaning that users don't need to do anything with their liquidity. They can just provide liquidity and, go and meditate into the mountains. So this is like our general approach. What we wanted to create. We want to create a Web3 service, which will be as easy to use as the Web2 service. And plus, on top of this, it will be 100% DeFi orientated, transparent, and trusted, of course. So since we're like operating on the DeFi market, when we were thinking about what kind of project we want to bootstrap, we were thinking about DeFi, we were thinking about yield aggregation in DeFi, because we see the potential of the market growth in the upcoming 5 or 10 years. Trends are coming and going, but yield generation in DeFi is just, the core foundation. Plus, like some collapses of like custodial services like Texas or some other custodial organizations, they just lead more interest to the decentralized financial products. So that's why we are focusing all our efforts inside Unifarm. We want to build something great here, to build unique one single entry point into the whole DeFi yield aggregation opportunities. So there's a bunch of problems. Actually, I've tackled some of these problems when I was explaining how I get to the Unifarm idea, but in general, like what we're talking here about. So like when users are operating with a liquidity provision, they need to like operate with multiple UIs, a lot of blockchain, everything is fractionalized, a lot of different yield sources. It's a lot of mess, right? So also there is a problem, I call it APY volatility problem. So the APY is changing because the APY it reflects some market conditions, and when you provide liquidity, you get some revenue on top of this. This revenue is changing a lot, so it can be 5% today, 10% tomorrow, 0% the day after tomorrow. You never know. So like you need to be inside the market, you need to stay inside the market every time, you need to manage your liquidity manually. Otherwise, you'll be missing out some additional APY. And this is like actually the core problem that we are facing here and solving with Unifarm tech. Also, one of the greatest problems which is preventing mass adoption, in my humble opinion, is the complexity of UI. So here on this slide, you can take a look what on-chain operations needed to be done if you're providing liquidity manually. Like you need to swap the tokens into two underlying assets, provide them on a DEX, collect LP token, put it on staking, collect farm rewards, and then sell them into some underlying assets or some other strategy that you do have. So this is like a lot of complication issues, right? So and this was actually the first thing that we have created inside the protocol. We eliminated all these unnecessary steps. So for now, you can hop into any kind of pool or any kind of auto stress, any kind of products that we do have inside the ecosystem without doing all of these unnecessary movements and on-chain operations. Only one click of the button and you start to provide liquidity and you start to earn some like APY on top of this liquidity. And of course, since we're operating in the DeFi, it's a lot of unsafe protocols, it's a lot of instability in this case. So this is like the general things that we are covering with the protocol. How we're doing this? So we do have a simplified user interface. I'm going to show it on the products briefly. For instance, we do have special features like a single asset entry or a single asset withdrawal, meaning that you can enter any kind of pool or any kind of product from any kind of token. So for instance, from USDT, you can enter into USDT Matic pool or Ethereum Matic pool, something like this. It will be swapped. We are utilizing here 1inch Tech. 1inch is one of our technical partners in the ecosystem. Also, we do have an automated reinvest mechanism, which is selling these farm tokens with the most optimal frequency. We're doing this with another like special design algorithm, which is doing this better than the competitors. AutoStrats, as I mentioned briefly, is our core feature, our unique value proposition, which is swapping liquidity to the better yield source. And our ultimate idea is to create this feature working on a cross-chain basis, where liquidity will be traveling within different yield sources on different blockchains, and like users don't need to bridge it or do like anything with it. Just click one button and you will get the best APY in the system. Also, we do have a nice analytics of the portfolio for the users, because it's a lack of this as well in the majority of protocols. A lot of safety features. One of the greatest one is inheritance mechanism. So to be honest, this is one of our recent implementations. So like we have designed the system and we'll be implementing it inside Uno Farm. I would say in a couple of weeks, maybe on the next week. So it's like fully audited, like the protocol itself. Inheritance mechanism will provide you some, it will help you to prevent something like this. Like if you will lose access to your private keys or something happened to you physically, like you can inherit your liquidity to some like secondary blockchain of yours, or like the wallets which belong to your family member, something like this. And in this case, like liquidity won't be lost by no means, right? So because how many, 3 or maybe 6 million Bitcoins considered to be lost. So we're going to integrate this feature inside AutoStrats as well, meaning that you can provide liquidity. It will be working with the best APY in the system, and on top of this, it will be inherited somewhere. If you like won't do anything, it will be transferred to some prefabricated wallet that you have chosen before. Okay, so let's talk about like our core unique value proposition, like what we are doing better than the competitors, and what is the greatest problem in the system, in our opinion. So this is an API volatility problem. When you're like providing liquidity in the like different DeFi protocols, you never know how much like APY you will get tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, because it's like floating, it's going up or down. And in the majority of cases, there is a situation when you provide liquidity, let's say for 20% on the stable coins, but there is a better yield source which is providing 25. But 20 and 25 is just an examples here. So what our system is doing, it's checking all the yield sources, and if it's reasonable to make a swap, our backend is doing all the calculations, and smart contracts will take liquidity and swap it somewhere else. So we can take it from this yield source and provide it to this yield source. Also, we taught our system that we can swap some of the tokens inside. So for instance, we can swap this liquidity from yield source number 1 to yield source number 2, and also swap the internal tokens. So we can swap USDC for USDT, meaning that we have more capabilities, more possibilities of this potential swaps. So why it is so important? Why this problem is decent, and why we're paying so much attention to this one? Because if you will be operating with your liquidity more carefully and doing this in a more optimized way, you can get 1.4, even 2 times more additional APY on top of the same liquidity. So here on this slide, you can take a look at the calculations that we we've taken some real market data from the Beefy Finance, one of our competitors, and have calculated what if we provided liquidity there and we don't move it in some of the yield sources over there. So for instance, on the sushi, if you don't move it somewhere else, for this time period that we have calculated, it was 7.4% on the stable coin pair. You can be lucky enough to have like 9.2% on a quick swap if you don't move it somewhere else, or you can be unlucky enough to have only 2% on a jet swap, because you can provide liquidity, forget about this, and it won't be lying down in the best spot. So, but UNA Autostrats would perform 11.6% because liquidity will be traveling from this yield source to this one, maybe here, trying to reach out to the best place where it should be parked. And by this means, it's on average will provide you 50% additional APY on top of the same liquidity, right? If we're talking about non-stable pairs, the API volatility will be even greater. So here, if you don't move your liquidity, you will get 22.6% tops, but UNO Autostrats will perform 55, like more than 2 times bigger amount of APY, because there will be more internal swaps of the liquidity in this case. So the main idea here is the following: the more yield sources are connected, the more possibilities of these swaps exist, the more efficiently algorithms will be working. And I just want to show how it's working on real product. So this is on the farm. On the farm is live on 4 EVM compatible blockchains and actually 1 non-EVM compatible blockchain. Here we do have our pool section, which is utilizing these features. Actually, I'm going to get back here. So like we're talking about Autostrats. So this is, take a look at one of the Autostrats. So when we were thinking about Autostrats, when we were thinking about this solution, we never wanted to create some sort of black box solution like the custodian services are doing, right? So we wanted to create a white box solution where everybody can take a look what is going on inside, right? So we're showing what tokens will be inside, what is the current pool with the current APY, and also for each Autostrat, we do have a prefabricated list of the pools. For instance, in this case, this particular Autostrat consists of the 5 different pools, and these 5 pools, but outside this ecosystem. We can swap some of the tokens, like for instance, we can swap DAI for USDC and vice versa. But the point is that users will have full control in the custody until they enter with this Autostrat with their liquidity, what will be going on, in which tokens this liquidity will be represented, on which yield sources, on which chains, and so on. And also, they can take a look at the previous liquidity transfers, meaning that users have a full control and custody what is going on with their liquidity provided. It's not a black box solution. So this is why we're operating in the DeFi space. So basically, this is how the Autostrats are working. And now we do have Autostrats operating on the Polygon. Soon we're going to release the Binance Smart Chain Autostrats, and also I guess the next one will be Aurora. So let's get back to the or actually give me a few more seconds, I just want to show what else do we have on the platform so far. So we were talking about AutoStrats, which contains some like prefabricated list of the pools inside, but also we do have the pools, right? So we started from the pools, and this is this simplification of UI feature that I was talking about. So imagine that you want to provide liquidity, like 7 different on-chain operations, right? So now inside Uniform, you can open any kind of pool or any kind of AutoStrat. It's totally the same. With I can enter with B into USDT, BNB, or any other pool which I can select. So also I can withdraw this liquidity in form of any token, meaning that this token, in this case BNB, will be swapped into this underlying assets over here. Then it will be put on the farming, LP token taken, put on the farming, farm rewards will be taken, utilized, and sell back into the underlying assets. So from the user's perspective, you just need to provide one token, like liquidity in form of one token. And like special roadmap here. So at some point, we want to integrate a fiat gateway or maybe a fiat gateway aggregator when users, even non-DeFi oriented, not crypto oriented, can convert their fiat into the crypto. And let's say they will have USDT, let's say on the Polygon, right? But here we do have a product on Binance Smart Chain or Aurora chain, and they will have an ability to hop into any kind of product from the crypto on any kind of chain. So we are going to enter automated bridge over here as well. Probably we're going to provide this bridging like infrastructure with one of like our tech partners. Like we're talking with a bunch of different bridges, but also we've utilized one interesting solution coming from our partner. It's called Lee.Fi. So the Lee.Fi is a bridge aggregator, which is helping us to bridge and swap tokens between the chains. Or for instance, I can swap token A to token B. I can swap BNB to Matic from Binance Smart Chain to Polygon. And also on top of this, guys have an insurance of this transaction. So I can pay some extra pennies, and this transaction will be insurable. And this is very highly important, especially when we're talking about AutoStrats, because at some point we want to build AutoStrats working like this, like which on the multiple chains. So that's why we do have a backlog of the chains which we're going to connect, and a lot of different yield sources. We are choosing very carefully with whom we wanted to work with. We're not aggregating everything inside, but this is one of our approaches for the security. Okay, let's hop back into the presentation. So let's talk about general metrics of the protocol. So platform is live on 5 chains, as I've mentioned, 4 EVM compatible, 1 non-EVM compatible. So far, 75 protocols, yield sources are implemented inside. 100% of the smart contracts are audited by 2 certic audits. We do have, wrong data. So we do have around 280K TVL, which is corresponding to top 40 place according to DeFi Llama in this category. About 8.2 connected wallets, around 1.8, I guess around 2K deposits. So at this moment, and a lot of different pools and AutoStrats and unique tokens aggregated inside. Also, we are accelerated and do have a partnership with the Cointelegraph. We won an IC Labs accelerator program. Actually, we don't want it. We came up to the top 50 projects selected from 250. Polygon is helping us. Aurora, of course, is helping us a lot as one of our core partners. So Polygon, Aurora, and Neverscale teams provided grants. Also, we do have grants from the Amazon Web Services, from Lee.Fi, from the Draft protocol. we're working hard in our socials, so please subscribe to our Twitter and Discord. We're mostly trying to build community in this social so far. So in terms of a roadmap, I was trying to talk out loud what kind of ecosystem we want to build. But to be honest, we do have a roadmap with the backlog of the task for 1 or 2 years up ahead. So there is a lot of things that we wanted to create. So now we have started to work on the secondary versions of the autostrats, which will be utilizing some other tech insight, and they will be working better, and there will be more potential of them working better. The third version of autostrats will be working with different blockchains, where like liquidity control within different blockchains. We almost finished working on this inheritance mechanism, and if I will have time, I can show you the guys this feature. We call it D-Wheel. Maybe it will be some sort of a like sub-product of the Luna Farm, and we're also working on the B2B partnerships right now, and I just wanted to mention how it will be doing. So when we started the protocol, first of all, we were thinking out loud, like we were thinking from the retail side, right? So we were retail customers, we were thinking from this side. When we started to show the product to the audience, we understood that businesses have the same demand as the user. So they want to have something that can generate some revenue for the user. So how we see the process, like we started first B2B integrations with a couple of neobanks, with a couple of other DeFi protocols. We realized that we need to create some sort of SDK, some sort of widget, which will be utilizing autostrats as one of our main solutions, as one of our core features, and providing it to some external parties, some third parties. So meaning that imagine that like you do have a neobank, or imagine that you do have a crypto ecosystem, right? So we're going to provide our tech as a white label solution, meaning that like we even won't be charging anything in the first place, in the first B2B integrations. But lately it will be one of the token utilities actually. So there will be some subscription payment and token for this on the later stages when the token will be released. So for now we want to focus on this B2B integration to create a widget to provide it to some crypto ecosystems. So they will get it for free. They will provide some TVL, some users in return. We're going to provide the best API in the system right to the users, and we're going to split some fees that we're going to accumulate together. So this is like a win-win-win situation for everybody, for our B2B partners, for the users, because they will be having the best API in the system, and for us, because we will be aggregating some TVL. TVL is one of the greatest metrics in the protocol, like Luna Farm. Talking about like business model and metrics and all this stuff. So in general, we wanted to have transactional business model. So we'll have different like fees integrated inside different features. So there will be performance fees, maybe management fees, maybe some fees for the fiat gateways, for this B2B integrations at some point. But all of these fees will be controlled and governed by the DAO. So we see the DAO acting as a big CEO at some point, and the DAO will be controlling 40% of the whole total token allocation. So that's why DAO governance and governance functionality is one of the biggest token utility. Also, we'll have this affiliate system like referral payments, which I've mentioned as a token utilities. The tier system for the users, so users will need to stake some amount of tokens in order to have access to some features, like full 100% access to this feature. Some fiat gateway, on-ramp and off-ramp discounts when we are going to integrate it in our token, and some other token utility. So I've started from our team, but a few words. We founded Mycelium Lab around 3-4 years ago. So we don't have a lot of experience in development, a lot of experience in marketing. So Mike previously founded a marketing agency with more than 150% employees. Mike is our CEO. Roman, our CTO, and I would say he's the father of this protocol. He started to he entered blockchain space in 2011. Started to mine Bitcoin on his balcony. It's a cool story about this. Started to code on the smart contracts from day one. So he is all this complicated math and tech details is coming out from the Roman's head. I'm a CPDO, and another Alex is our CMO with more than I would say 10 or 15 years in performance marketing. So talking about our investment schedule, in total we're raising 3 million for the whole ecosystem. And right now we started our private round. So the private round have a 60 million evaluation. It's 1.5 million it's available allocations 1.5 million at the moment. But also we do have a chunk of the seed round allocation available as well. It's around 100K. Mostly we're keeping this one, the seed round allocation for the lead investor. So the seed round have a 9 million evaluation at the moment. We're backed with the angels. We are self-funded, of course. We have some bets on board, some VCs like Afford Capital and Aeroscale Foundation. And guys, we'll be ready. We'll be happy to see you on board as an investors or as a liquidity providers or just as our users. So let's come together. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, guys.
Wow, Alex, many thanks for your showcase. It was absolutely a top-notch presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
I cannot wait to test myself your platform. I mean, I'm quite fascinated by the tools you and your team have built to maximize but also optimize yield generation. So my first question to you is, in your view, what are the main challenges that yield farmers experience at the moment? And how does Farm tackle those challenges?
In my humble opinion, there is something that is missing out, which is preventing the DeFi mass adoption in the area. And I would say it's bad UI in the majority of cases, because when regular users are providing liquidity to the custodial services or using the taxes instead of the DEXs. Why they're doing this? Because it's easier for them. They get used to this, right? When we were starting this, when we were doing this a couple of years ago, providing liquidities like staking farming, it was a nightmare. A lot of function operations. You need to have a great experience in the DeFi in order to start doing this, right? Because you need to know how to swap tokens. You need to know how to bridge the liquidity. You need to learn about LP tokens, about farms. You need to collect it. You need to imagine some sort of strategy to sell it, to keep it, to use it for another pool. So it's just annoying. And this is what we're doing. We're trying to simplify everything. So even everybody can use it. Even your grandma can use it, something like this. So that's why we're keeping so much, pushing so much effort into this direction. That's why we wanted to create a simplified UI which can help this mass adoption. When users will have an ability to go to the custodian service and click one button or go for the DEX and teach themselves about the whole space, have a lot of on-chain operations, liquidity management, something like this, of course they will be choosing something that is more simple. So we want to provide the best APY by our tools, by the most optimal mechanism of the farm tokens reselling with the auto strats. By providing the best APY, we're not some custodial services, they will be cutting down this APY and providing you less, and you never know how much, right? So in this case, everything is transparent, and plus on top of this, this process will be simplified, right? So you can enter with one token, or in my like imagination, I see the process like this. You can even have an ability to enter your bank card here, right, and have some postponed transactions. Like I want to provide $100 each month to this pool, right, and this will be automatically done by the tech. This is something that we wanted to create, and also on top of this, like our AutoStress is helping to give additional like 50% or 100% APY on top of the same liquidity, right? Even if you're a DeFi user, if you are even using some competitors, right? So you can provide your liquidity, but anyways, uh, you'll be doing this like liquidity swaps, liquidity movements. It's a lot of manual work. When we were doing this, we have a lot of Excel sheets, right? And we need to determine like, okay, I do have my liquidity here. I need to move it here or maybe here. It's like a full blown, portfolio management analytics work. So we want to cut this off as well. So what we wanted to create is a simplified DeFi ecosystem where users can enter. They can like what users need to do. They need to choose what tokens, what skill sources they trust, where they want to provide liquidity, in the form of which tokens they want to provide and get this liquidity, and then just provide it, and this is that. They can go and mind their own business. So we'll be doing everything else. So yeah, I hope this this is a decent answer to your question.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thanks for sharing your perspective. And well, in my own view, except it's like extremely efficient. From the previews I've seen, it looks very, very smooth. And I was wondering, I also heard you mention about you at the moment have a few routes available for different networks. I believe 4 networks, if I'm correct. It's Polygon,
Yep.
Aurora, Binance Smart Chain, and the
Yep.
Avalanche ecosystem.
Yeah,
So I
correct.
was wondering, is there a chance you could share with us which blockchain integrations are mapped out next for Uniform?
Yeah, sure. So we do have a backlog of the chains and yield sources which we want to like connect inside and implement inside our ecosystem. So basically, we do have some sort of internal structure for this. We want to like we're leaning towards event compatible blockchains mostly at this stage because we want to cover as much like blockchains and yield sources as we can with the best speed available. And in the majority of cases, we're leaning towards those ecosystems who is like who are trusted, and they're having some interesting new yield sources inside, meaning interesting APY on the trusted yield sources. This is like where we're like trying to hunt something down. That's why like we're at the moment we're taking a look at the protocols with the ZK tech inside, maybe Polygon DK, because the guys were actually asking us to do this. But like this backlog is changing a lot. So yeah, probably Polygon ZK will be the next.
Understood. Thanks for clarifying. And I was wondering, do you actually have also some type of personal dashboard for like, imagine that I'm using your platform and I'm farming for some type of yield. Can I have some type of dashboard with a personal analysis of profits and perhaps any other statistics?
Oh yeah, actually, thanks for asking because I guess this is last thing that I just forget to mention when I was pitching. So yeah, of course, we do have this dev tab over here, and it's showing the general stats for the application itself for the Unifarm. I mean, like the best pools, like the TVL, like metrics in AutoStress feature, and also about your current stats. So, for instance, you can take a look at your current balances, how it was going up, how it 21.6. In 1 month, it was 21, almost 22. So again, about like $400 in one of the pools in one of the auto strats. Um, so yeah, of course, you can take a look on the different time frames, on the different statistics for the pools, for the auto. Yeah, sure, we do have this analytics, and moreover, when we started the project, there was a lack of analytics. So we used to have this Excel sheets and trying to understand what is going on with our portfolio, uh, how it's going up or down, or like maybe we need to do some rebalances, something like this. We're going to provide some extra features here in the dashboard at some point, but yeah, you can utilize it. It's free of charge. Like everything inside Uniform system is free of charge. We don't charge anything at the moment for all of our interesting features that we do have.
Amazing. I can tell you, you definitely have one more user after your showcase. I cannot wait
Yeah,
to try it.
great.
So thank you so much. I have to mention, we're kind of over time and we have the roundtable next. I
Oh,
had a
okay,
few
okay.
more questions, but I hope to see you at our next demo day because I would love to shoot these questions. In addition, I would love to mention there's also a community member on YouTube who had a question. So perhaps if you have time, you can have a look at it and interact with him. But I want to thank you so much for this great showcase. I love what you guys do and the value you bring for youth farmers. So I wish you all the best with your fundraising and development. So, and hopefully till the next time, Alex.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for this opportunity. You're awesome. Until the next time. See you soon. Have a great one.
Take care. Goodbye, Alex. Thanks again for everybody tuning in. Before we start with the next showcases, we're having a roundtable session. It will start within a minute. We have 3 speakers. We got Jumbo from Happy, we got Alex from Aurora again, and we also have Nikita from New Tribe Capital. So we will be starting the roundtable in a minute. Thanks for tuning in again, and catch up in a bit. Hi again. Actually, I made a little mistake on the timetable. My apologies. Before we start the roundtable, we have Mr. Johns from Apple. So we will kickstart one more showcase before we move to the roundtable. Let's see if Mr. Johns is ready.
Yep.
Hi, Mr. Johns. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you doing today, sir?
I'm good. Another day in the life of a startup, moving and shaking, as always.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I have to be honest, I'm quite resonating on what you and your team are building, and I think it's a amazing use case that differentiates from this whole demo day we organize. So, Mr. Johns, could you shortly introduce yourself, explain what you and your team are doing, and of course, showcase Ample?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, basically, I come from a background. I used to work at National Geographic and Discovery Channel. I was a senior editor and producer for many years, and I started getting into blockchain in about 2019. So once I started kind of seeing what was really happening with NFTs, and I, started playing some games and stuff to learn a little bit more. But once I started getting onto like DeFi platforms and kind of experimenting with the different chains, and really seeing that, now you had sovereignty and control over, kind of your data, your money. I also thought, well, couldn't we apply that to intellectual property? And then simultaneously, I was developing my own shows, and because I've been shopping shows for a while and creating shows for National Geographic and Discovery Channel. Um, and I started thinking, well, we could essentially build this infrastructure of smart contracts. The NFTs could house the intellectual property, and then you really disrupt the whole media market entirely and create a world of opportunities that don't exist. Which also leads to freedom of expression and empowerment and stuff like that. But I know this is a pitch day, so I won't get into too much of that. But yeah, so we'll get into the pitch, and I'll kind of go through the deck a little bit, and then I'll share our prototype. We're in the process of flipping our V2 MVP. So we do have more MVP in our Discord, more MVP demos in our Discord and stuff like that. So, but you'll be able to get the idea of everything. So, can I share my screen? Okay, cool. There you go. All right, great. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna flip over to the deck really quick. Whoops. Wrong button. There we go. Okay, cool. So, yep, we are Ample, and we are working on tokenizing and decentralizing the $2 trillion global media distribution market. It's important to understand that what we're mainly working on is distribution, because distribution is essentially the back end of how media and entertainment markets work. Distribution includes everything from payments to intellectual property ownership, rights, licensing, and even legal. So basically what we're doing is tokenizing that and using blockchain as a ledger to manage all the engagement analytics with intellectual property that will also clear out payment issues and all that other kind of stuff. So we get into higher payments and all that good stuff for the creators as well. But it's actually it's a more efficient and intelligent system that will replace a legacy setup. And I'll get into some of the problems and stuff that we're solving in a little bit, but just an overview and understanding that we're really fixing the distribution market. So you can see a little bit of the preview. Obviously, we'll have digital rights management, dashboards. We'll have a marketplace of our own and streaming capability of our own, but we will also allow for streaming on other platforms, and we'll also allow distribution to other marketplaces as well. So we are creating a premier multi-chain Web3 distribution, streaming, and financing rails powered by the tokenization of IP for film, shows, and music. Once you tokenize the IP, then you can plug in financing, streaming, and distribution. So it's pretty cool once you got it all set up. We basically are going to make the process super easy and content distribution fun and easy. Creators don't really want to worry about Web3. They don't want to worry about any kind of complicated processes. General users as well, they really want everything to be pretty simple. So we're approaching this from an easy to use, like an easy to use platform user experience. So that's everything that we've kind of created. And then what can we gamify? What can we create? What can we make fun? So, but essentially, not to get too grandiose, but people would be able to launch multi-chain networks, labels, and channels. So this will go as high as even like Pixar or a main production studio, film studio that of already. Why would they need distribution deals when they could just distribute it on their own? So that'll be kind of like a B2B business. And then on the other side, labels are in the same space, but then we'll also have channels where individuals can launch their own showcase channel for their body of work as well. So, and then that's more like B2C. And then the fans and viewers share the success of creators' IP. So this essentially just means like, if depending on, now we do have to geo-lock certain functionalities, obviously, because of the way that the states are in different countries. So we will have to geo-lock functionality, but that's what we all have to do anyways right now in the space. And but fans and viewers will share the success of creators' IP. That can be roles, credits, actual stake, royalty claims, residual claims, etc. And then basically, obviously, they save time and money by cutting out all the middlemen, lawyers, agencies, network gatekeepers. Again, I'll get into some of those problems in a second. And then they'll be able to crowdfund, distribute, and earn across multiple networks and partner platforms, as well as ours. So, and again, tokenized intellectual property licensing and rights management. So the user experience should be pretty fun and easy. Basically, we have an intake process where creators can launch. So we'll have a pitch portal. This will all be ran through the DAO. But basically, we're also matching tech specs, similar to what you'd see on Netflix, Hulu, Spotify, because what we eventually want to do is to actually be able to do business with the legacy platforms. And that's my experience. I built standard operating procedures for broadcast delivery. So this is kind of what I know. So basically, we've created the bare minimum deliverables that we can actually still license a show to Netflix, Amazon, or Hulu. So it'll help our creators be able to distribute not just to other Web3 platforms, but also to legacy platforms. So anyways, they can launch, which, essentially goes from all the way from fundraising, basically through the actual production process. Again, there'll be milestones and draws. So there'll be treasury management, which basically protects everybody during a production process. And that'll all be, again, authenticated by, wallet transactions and signatures. So essentially you're creating a ledger of engagement. So then it goes right to streaming. So then that's distribution. And again, we'll have multiple platforms where people can distribute to. So they don't have to just use one revenue model. So if there's another platform that has an ad revenue model, as an example, they can benefit from that as well. And they only have to engage with our distribution hub. So, but they get to also stream just like regular users already stream now. They don't want to deal with anything. They just want to listen to their music and watch the show. So users will be able to do that. But in tandem, they'll also be able to see the offerings of that creator. Is that creator selling any NFTs? Is that creator selling any ownership? They'll actually be able to purchase that from the same place that they stream. So it'll essentially have marketplace functionality built right into the platform. Same place they stream, they get excited, they really like the project, they can actually buy into the project or an upcoming project right then and there. And then obviously that's the exchange part that I just talked about. So they'll be able to exchange essentially intellectual property or NFTs, rights, whatever the artist and the actual studio actually chooses, right? So filmmakers, artists, musicians. All right. Obviously, we are a near foundation grant, and we'll use Aurora to bridge for EVM compatibility. We all know that the near Aurora systems are growing. This is our initial TAM estimate. The global market is actually much bigger, but obviously we all know how fast the industry is growing. These are the problems that we're facing. Most people know about Daft Punk, but Eddie Johns, who was sampled in that song, is homeless right now, and he has no way to really track how his payments were made. We also have an advisor that worked with Justin Bieber, and he didn't know he was owed royalties for 4 years. International mechanical royalties work differently. There's no real way to track them. And fortunately, with our advisor, he made so much money that lawyers actually reached out to him and said, "Hey, we'll take a big cut of your money that you're owed anyways, if you want it back, but you have a month to reply." So he had basically had a month to decide, I'm gonna have to give up a lot of my money that's my money and I was owed it to begin with, but just to get that money, he had to pay lawyers and and imagine all the people that don't have lawyers that aren't going after a couple $100,000 royalties, right? So, and there are different time limits for different year allotments, or some mechanical royalties are only available for 4 years, others at 7. So it's a pretty tricky process once you get international. So anyways, our back end would clean that up. We would speed up payments because some payments can take up to 6 months. IP ownership, you pretty much give up most of your IP ownership. With films, the goal is to sell the film and not really have ownership. Shows is the same. Music, you get a little bit of ownership, but 360 deals take away a lot. There's a good 30 seconds tomorrow's documentary on that. Content distribution, there really isn't a permissionless setup except for something like YouTube and Twitch, Vimeo, a couple of those other ones. And you have to kind of then go through the saturated kind of setups that they have, and hopefully you can get enough views to monetize your content. And then financing, there really aren't many options aside from Kickstarter and things like that, but they don't really have the ability to have ownership, so we're changing that. All right, so then these are the solutions. We did about a 3,000 person survey. People want NFT IP options, ownership, royalties, management, DeFi options. And then we believe that with AI tools, we're going to need a substrate to actually track and authenticate intellectual property ownership globally. So we believe that the substrate and the rails that we're building will help with the explosion that's going to come from AI content. This will be similar to DSLRs and things like that. Smart contract efficiency, obviously there's, you know, we a lot of us here know that higher, faster payments, on-chain and engagement analytics, and then creator tools. We'll eventually have like white label solutions and stuff like that, but I know we're on time, so I'll keep it moving. And then essentially what we're doing is connecting circular economies and connecting ecosystems. You got your streaming audiences, you've got your collectors, fans, and financiers who can now be involved. It creates basically incentives for communities and networks to essentially like be the marketing for projects as well, so that it creates flywheel effects, not only for our platform, but also for the creators' projects. And then we have a DAO that also facilitates and fosters brand new creation. Similar to how Netflix was early on, nobody really wanted to work with Netflix, which is interesting to think about that, but I remember those days. And basically, we are looking at launching the same way that Netflix did. You find creators that have strong communities and engagement already, and then you use them as your launch partners. And we've got a couple of those, so we'll get to that. And then obviously you have Web3 partners and brand platforms that you can bridge between, which helps everybody. Again, there are a bunch of different revenue streams. You can check this out later. We're high level transactional business model. And then these are our first partners. So they all collectively have about 2.7 million followers, 416 million streams in 50 plus countries. So, and based on our survey data, there is about $100 average spend that, you know, most people will use. All right, and our go-to-market strategy is pretty similar to most people's. We have distribution partnerships with media outlets, streaming networks, and production companies, social channels, obviously content, PR news campaigns, and then festivals and things like that. And then what we're really focused on are strong creator communities and networks, because we believe that'll kind of like create both sides. We have the supply side from the content and then the supply side from the users. And then the way that Ample and the Ample DAO kind of work, Ample DAO basically controls everything with token ecosystem. We have a whole white paper on that, so I'm not going to go too far in depth there. And then we have the platform that essentially charges fees for different things like pitch proposals and things like that. This is our roadmap. It's pretty accurate, but there's a lot of stuff to go through here. We're a little bit behind because we're in Q2, but we have actually met some of these already. And our team, I'll just quickly review macro. Like, so obviously I have domain expertise in the TV and film world. I've also made music, but that's kind of more on the side. We have Sheldon, who's worked with Octopus and multi-chain, kind of, you know, the multi-chain interoperable network. A lot of people in this call probably know Sheldon. Deepak is senior software engineer at PayPal. He's built a couple different multi-chain DeFi exchanges and dApps, indexing dashboards and things like that. And then Pratt is our kind of like LA connection. And he also, you know, he's got a lot of domain expertise, more in the music, but he also is in film and stuff too. And then Josh is NFT IP lawyer, which obviously we know we need that. So a couple milestones, we have partnerships with networks and communities, as well as some distribution partners. We got a Near Foundation grant and first angel. We built our MVP, and the second one's in route now. And then we have a DAO token NFT ownership and payment claim protocol. And then we collected survey data for PMF research with about 3,000 users. These are some of the clients that we previously worked with. I know we have some questions, so I'll rip through this. And then funding, we are currently raising about 250K. The total amount is 3 million, but our first pre-seed round is 250. And we have safes plus token warrants or token purchase agreements available. And that's about it. You can find us on Twitter at ample.stream, and then you can email me, kenny@ampleplatform.com. And then I'll quickly just show you a preview of the XD file, because we're basically in process of reworking all of this. And then, but demos of the actual product on testnet are in Discord as well, so you can see that. But I just wanted to give you a quick like preview of what's going on. So essentially, this looks very similar to streaming platforms that we're used to. You'll have a dashboard, right, that essentially aggregates all your digital rights, and then you have watch, listen. But I'll walk you quickly through the distribute process to show you. So you can kind of create, you know, in this one, we'll go through a show. You enter in all your metadata, your process, and that, sorry, all your media and your deliverables. And then again, more media deliverables. These are all pretty standard. And then you actually create the NFT. And what this does too, while you're creating this, it also creates a smart contract for your project, as well as a legal contract where your IP is hosted in a trust. And then basically once this happens, it goes through a QC process, and then it'll actually go to our marketplace, right? As well as other distribution platforms. So very quick and dirty, but hopefully you've got the point. And I'll jump back to kind of taking any questions and trying to catch up.
Yeah, many thanks, Mr. John. That was quite amazing. I think you have a unique initiative, and you and your team are definitely pushing boundaries to create a fair and transparent future for creators. I have a lot of musicians in my circle, so to say, and out of own experience, I know these are sometimes the hardest working people in the world. But the benefits they have, or the earnings or the returns, is quite sad for many of them. So I totally admire what you do. So thank you for your initiative. Thank you for your time. I have two questions for you, Mr. Johns. Do creators have a personal page on your platform where they can also upload their portfolio and, for example, connect with other creators?
Yeah, definitely. So, yep, they'll have a showcase page. And actually, I I forgot to show you that. But yes, we do actually have a showcase page, because one of the pieces of feedback that we got was, you know, we love that, you know, we're gonna have a general streaming, you know, site and streaming functionality, just similar to like, but that really works for most general users. But some of the creators wanted a personalized kind of channel, if you will, and that they could kind of like customize and sort of create. So yeah, we have that in place, and they'll be able to send people directly to their channel if they want. Token gated, have all that kind of access as well. So yeah, that's one of the pieces of feedback that we got. But and their content will also still be on our platform as well as other people's platforms, but they have the ability to kind of like create their own channel, their own branding, and everything else.
Awesome. Thank you for clarifying. And my final question is, are creators able to share royalties from their productions with supporters and community members?
Yep, definitely. So we think that that's probably the game changer, because once you kind of like the two big problems that most creators have are fundraising and marketing. That's pretty much like, even if it's a great project, and that's not even just individual independent creators, by the way. That's even all the way up at the network level. So everybody's got that problem. I've seen networks spend millions of dollars on a production just to air the pilot and can it. So everybody has the problem of marketing and funding, and I think with independent specifically with funding. So yeah, with funding, they'll be able to have royalties or actual IP ownership depending on what the creator chooses, and then yeah, we think that'll create flywheel marketing effects as well.
Amazing. In that case, I believe you're like opening a whole new dimension for creators to actually benefit as they deserve. So many kudos to you,
That's
sir.
cool.
I appreciate your time. You have an amazing background. I've also to say your team was I've seen Netflix, I've seen Discovery Channel, while you with National Geographic. Wow, that's quite remarkable. So I will be happily following your project and definitely would love to introduce my creator friends to your platform. So
Yeah, 100%. We'd love to have those conversations for sure.
sounds great. Then definitely would love to connect with you another time, sir. I wish you a great day. Thanks for tuning in, and hopefully we can experience one more showcase in the future from you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All right. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
Bye.
So, listeners, dear listeners, I'm this time quite confident that actually the roundtable is gonna start. So we got Jumbo from Happy, we got Mikita from New Tribe Capital, and we also have Alex again from Aurora. So in a little minute, we will kickstart the roundtable, and from there on, we will continue the next showcases. So stay tuned. Welcome, Mikita, Jumbo, Alex. Can you all hear me well?
Hello.
Hi, Mikita. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I can hear you.
Ah, lovely. I can hear you also loud and clear. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. I'm so excited by all the projects showcasing what they're building and the passion behind it, the core functionality. It's been amazing so far, and we have a few more projects next. So, yeah, it's a quite long day, but filled with amazing initiatives. So, Miss Mikita, could you shortly introduce yourself? Who are you? And yeah, please enlighten us.
Sure. I am Mikita. I am a senior investment associate at New Tribe Capital. New Tribe is a venture capital fund focused on investing in early stage crypto projects. And we have a special association with NEAR because, of course, we've had a long-standing investment relationship there, wherein we've invested in a bunch of their projects. And as a technology, we've been really excited to see where it's going to go in the next decade.
Amazing. Thank you for the introduction. Please, Jumbo, Alex, open your mic.
Yeah, I was already here. Let me show myself to you once
Welcome again. Hey, Mikita, great to
Hey.
see a picture of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm once again I'm Alex, I'm CEO for Aurora Labs. We're building the EVM infrastructure on top of Near blockchain. Happy to be here and talk about in this particular roundtable.
Mr. Jumbo, could you please check your mic? I believe you're muted. We have no sound.
I'm here. Sorry for the inconvenience, and thank you for the intro. Myself, I'm from Happy. So what we do is we do mostly cybersecurity. We tackle wide range of cybersecurity intrusions, any kind of security tools that you can think of. We probably do that. We also cover a lot of ground in terms of the blockchain forensics and investigations. And yeah, I'm happy to talk to Alex and Mikita about the tokenization aspect, because that's I suppose why we are here.
Many thanks for the introduction, Jumbo. I think many of us are already pretty familiar with you and Happy. And yeah, the stage is all yours. So kick off the roundtable session, please.
Yeah, first of all, it's great to have you guys, Alex, Mikita. And I think the first question from me personally to kickstart the conversation, so to speak, would be about tokenization. When it comes to tokenization, what views you have on that, and what assets do you view as the most, suitable for tokenization? Yeah, you can jump on the question right away.
So I can start here. So I was just recently, a couple of weeks ago, in Dubai, and I have had a talk on the FinTech Summit there. That was actually about the tokenization aspect and the tokenization of the real world asset. I was touching on this during my demo a little bit, but let me reiterate here. Everything that we see right now that is happening in Web2 space towards the Web3 move, these efforts are they are happening around several different use cases. And probably the biggest one is the market of the tokenization of real world assets. Anything that has value. It can be stocks, it can be other forms of ownership in the companies, it can be the actual assets like real estate, it can be anything that actually has value. So tokenizing these things actually brings quite a lot of benefits, right? And by saying tokenizing, I mean issuing the tokens that are on the blockchain that are representing a partial ownership inside of this partial ownership of these real world assets. Now, what are the actual benefits for the tokenization of these assets? I'm going to talk about several of them, right? And first of all, it is the improvement of the affordability of the assets through the fractionalization of these assets, right? And if we're talking about real estate, then for example, in case I would like to buy an apartment in Dubai and rent it out to somebody, well, then probably the price starts at around $300,000 which might be a pretty high entry barrier for a smaller investor. And maybe there are some people who are able to altogether buy this apartment and rent it out and get some revenues out of this, but they are not able go inside of this market by themselves, right? And through adding this fractionalization of the real estate, or in other words, allowing people to buy square meter, we are actually widening the market that we are able to reach. Through the tokens, another thing that they do is they are making the assets more accessible. So in case there is a blockchain that is compliant with certain regulations, for example, the users who are able to transact on this blockchain are only accredited investors, then all of the tokens that are registered on this blockchain, all of the security tokens, real world tokenized assets, are able to be accessed by these users. And there is no need to find any specific place where they are able to buy these things and so on. It's just they are all located in one particular place. Tokenization also unlocks liquidity and enhances the flexibility for the investors. Maybe it is less relevant for the real estate, because the typical picture of an investor who is investing in real estate is that he wants to invest, hold this asset for a long period of time, and get some revenues out of this. However, if we're talking about the investors who are investing in maybe some other assets, and increasing the liquidity of these assets, it can be very, very important, right? Because in case the asset becomes liquid, for example, a shares in a company that is not yet publicly traded, so this asset is very, very unliquid. So improving the liquidity of the asset actually makes things much more efficient and makes the capital more efficient. Once investors are able to go from one asset to another because of the change of their their risk appetite or some kind of other factors, they just would like to rebalance and rebuild their portfolio. For them, it is super important. And the more liquid asset is, the simpler it is to work with it. And obviously, in case you have something that is not very liquid, but then you tokenize it, create a token that represents this asset or a fraction of this asset. And then in case we are able to build an DEX that is working with this asset, and then the owners of the assets are able to put these tokens on the DEX, then, well, at some point, it means that this asset becomes more liquid first, and second, now investors are actually able to earn money on the trades that are facilitated by this DEX because they are liquidity providers, right? So how cool is that? We are unlocking additional several points here where the investors are able to earn money, which means that the capital becomes much more efficient. Obviously, blockchain as a whole enforces transparency, simplifies compliance because everything can be traced, which is great. The blockchain works in the cases of normal blockchains. It works 24/7, right? There are no problems with it. And the ordinary stock exchanges, they work only 9 to 5 and so on, right? And and also one additional thing, which is kind of smaller one, but still quite important. In case we have an open market, this also means that the price discovery is much better for these assets. If we're talking about, the shares of the privately owned company, well, the owner can say that this is the valuation and that's it. And maybe some investor is not that they are not able to run very deep analysis, and maybe their valuation scheme is not very good, or is not taking everything that is related to this company. While in case the stock is tokenized and it is traded in the open market with maybe not the super wide set of the investors, but just the accredited investors in the particular region, no problem. But still, it is much more open market. Then the price discovery is much better, which means this is an additional layer of protection for the investors. So as you can see, tons of very great advantages of the tokenization of real world assets, and all of these are seen by many different institutions. What we are able to see is that big four companies, they are just constantly bombarding with the different reports, and they're saying that tokenized real world assets are going to be a very big chunk of the world's economy. In fact, BCG is saying that by the end of this decade, so by 2030, around 10% of the global GDP is going to be represented as tokenized assets, right? So this move is very solid. It has lots of benefits for Web2 businesses, and this is an absolutely great thing that blockchain enables this particular use case.
Yeah, well, I think I agree with all the things that you've said so far. I mean, tokenization as a whole is one of the most important things that will bring in a lot of Web2 adoption into Web3, and it can be a major disruptor for multiple industries. And as a concept, it is applicable to digital, physical, fungible, non-fungible, all kinds of assets. And in addition to the advantages, if we just have to look at the industries where it can be applicable, of course, real estate is a great example of fractionalized ownership, because a big high value asset such as the real estate property is out of budget for a lot of people who want to invest in it. But if it is fractionalized, it's accessible by a ton of people. But there are also other industries that can benefit from tokenization, which can be like sports industries, because that's a very people, like a mass adopted industry on its own. There are several people that follow soccer or several other sports that are out there, and they would love to own a piece of a particular merchandise, or even a small part of a particular team, wherein like a certain part can be made fractionalized and available to retail investors. And as much as it can hold sentimental value, it can also be a good investment decision, because a lot of these times, once these teams are made, the price of these teams as a whole tend to increase quite a lot in a decade or so. And even gold is a classic example of converting a physical asset into a token, because if you have to hold a gold in your safe, it's a good way to hold it. However, it's very risky. Someone come into your house and show you a gun and take it away. But if you hold it as a token, it's way more secure and safe. And it also applies to art in a way, because there are a lot of people who love art, but a lot of them, again, are not able to afford big pieces of art that are made by very traditional classic artists whose pieces are up there. And if a part of it is available in terms of fractionalized tokens, then that can be a great way to bring in more people, to bring in more awareness, and to kind of lead the way for other industries as well.
Yeah, with actually physical goods, many of them, they do require some specific ways of actually storing them. So in case I'm going to put Gioconda on my wall, most probably the painting is going to extremely deteriorate in value, just because in my home there are not proper setup of humidity, temperature, and stuff like that. Absolutely the same is going with, for example, collector's wine. There are several very specific requirements for storing it, and maybe just people would like to own it, would like to invest in this, but they don't know anything about how to store this thing, right? And then somebody else can store, right? And then they can be paid also for this, right? So there is there is a way how to modularize the different aspects of ownership of the real world assets. Great point, Mikita.
So my follow-up question to that, and it's great points you guys have brought. One question I have, and it is maybe a bit off topic, but how do you verify and make it verifiable that, for example, a tokenized asset equals to the real world asset? How do you verify and make it verifiable through blockchain or maybe through other means? And how do you avoid, the legal struggles potential that can ensue from disbalance in this kind of thing?
So what we see right now is that the world is starting to move towards the regulators are starting to move towards this thing. However, it is extremely early stage, right? So when I'm looking at the particular aspect of a blockchain, which is the tokenization of real world assets, I feel that I'm in 2017 with regard to the whole regulation, right? People understood that, okay, or starting to understand, okay, there is some value there, and perhaps even lots of value, but regulators are not yet there, right? So, however, there are actually the moves of the regulators towards the regulation of the blockchain itself. This move is for sure the current trend. And some of the pieces there can help out to build legal frameworks how this actual ownership can be executed. So there are different ways, and it is super dependent on the jurisdiction. But from the things that we know is that, for example, in some jurisdictions, people are able to organize very special purpose vehicles that are holding the ownership of the whole asset, for example, real estate. And in this particular company, in the articles of association, there are kind of literally stated that the ownership decisions are going to be executed according to the distribution of the assets on the digital platform, on the digital ledger. This is possible, right? And in some other jurisdictions, people are able to create trusts, and the ownership of the trust is represented by the token, and that's okay from the standpoint of regulation. This is a very heavy, legally heavy topic, how to interconnect the actual ownership from the standpoint of the country, of the government, and the owner and the tokens on the blockchain. But even right now, with the existing regulation, this is possible for many jurisdictions, obviously. And then there is the whole set of new questions: how to minimize taxes there, and all of this stuff. So this thing is, yet another step that needs to be taken. But people starting to think about this too.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think one of the things that also needs to be sorted out for it to have a mass adoption in the future is that, how Jumbo mentioned, how to verify the real value of the asset that is being tokenized. And you mentioned earlier, about the whole price correction happening because of the people participating in it. That's one way for it to happen once the token is already listed. And while it is being listed, I believe if we kind of associate this responsibility with the valuation experts, like how they do in the traditional industry, then we're going a step back, because we don't want that. We don't want one person deciding the value of an asset that is to be tokenized. So I believe a DAO structure, or certain, a framework whereby the value for that particular asset is decided collectively with a consensus of a certain kind before it is actually tokenized, would go a long way in creating a kind of a pathway for things to move forward in a very structured way.
I also wanted to add here
Sure.
one additional point regarding the value of the assets on chain, right? So the valuation, right? Like would just want to reiterate here on the point of the price discoverability. This is an absolutely a great instrument that can introduce more anti-fragility and more protection to the investors, because it is extremely important. I would like to get back to one of the early stages of the history of Aurora token, which is the governance token of the Aurora protocol. Many people are coming to me and saying we are very, very sad about Aurora token being at the price of $35 and then going really down, right? And this is super bad, right? And what I'm answering to them is that, hey, at the moment when Aurora was at the price $35 US, the circulation supply of the Aurora was just 0.1% or something like that, maybe just a little bit more than that. It is a super low circulating supply, which means that the price discovery, well, at that moment was not performed that good, right? There was no price discovery yet at that point in time. So from that standpoint, it means that the price of the token may be very, very disconnected from the actual price. And from that standpoint, improving the price discovery methods is a really, really important thing. And over time, since the circulating supply of Aurora token grows, the price discovery becomes much simpler and more straightforward.
Yeah, a bit of curveball question to you guys. Would you consider stable coins to be tokenized asset or not? And why yes or why not?
Well,
I'm feeling like Gary Gensler right now. I don't know actually, right, the answer, because like this is a little bit outside of my area of expertise, because I'm a techie who is building the infrastructure for this thing. But I know, but here are the things that I understand about it, right? So take a look. The stablecoin issuers, the biggest ones, they are not holding US dollars on their balance, right? What they do, they are buying bonds, they are buying for a small percentage more riskier assets, and they're actually earning money there, right? So what they are providing to the users, to their users, is kind of a fraction of their portfolio, and they are actually charging quite a lot of for they're earning quite a lot of money on top of this stuff, right? And yeah, so from that standpoint, I cannot say that stablecoin is just it equals to US dollar. It is not, right? And many people need to understand this, right? The depeg of USDC, it was happening just because of that, because USDC is not a US dollar. It is a something. It is a fraction of the portfolio of Circle, and in case there are problems with Circle portfolio, in that case, it was a potential lock of the liquidity inside of this of the SVB. Then these things may be depegging, and things can go wild there.
Yeah, completely agree, because it's not necessarily, tokenized in the sense that the value is not attached to one to the collateral which is there. It's attached to a certain kind of asset pool which is there, which might not be one-to-one. And yeah, it's somewhere a yes and a no answer all in one.
So yeah, we talked a bit about the jurisdictions lagging behind the technology side. So my question would be, what kind of innovations you see going forward with the with the tokenization of assets in the from the technological standpoint, where we are now and where we are moving towards? For example, do you think that tokenization of assets will push the boundaries of DeFi, and how will it do that potentially?
I think that DeFi is probably the wrong word for this stuff. What have been happening in blockchain up until now is the following: the majority, 90% of the blockchain innovation was going towards the decentralized, fully anarchist style application of the technology, right? People saying that governments know nothing, banks know nothing, we are going to do everything on our own, the way how we like to do it. And because of this, there are lots of questions to the blockchain with the kind of compliance, and people are saying this is all of this is dirty money, all of this is Ponzi schemes and stuff like that. I think that we are there at the pivot point for this, and I think that this part is going to be just a smaller part of a bigger blockchain ecosystem. And what we're going to see is the just insane amount of compliant solutions that have the licenses. They follow the regulation, follow the compliance procedures. And on top of these solutions, on top of these blockchains, we are going to see the actual tokenized real world assets. And there will be protocols that are one-to-one DeFi protocols, but they are not kind of open that in that point of view. The owner of the protocol, the owner of the network, or like maybe a consortium of owners, they are going to know who is transacting, what they are doing. There will be lots of kind of forensics around it. It will be quite simple, but it is going to be an open market, and because of this, it is going to be so simple to follow this. It will be extremely simple to pay taxes there. It will be. It's just the good thing about what you are able to do with automation in general. So it is going to be like another thing, not something that we are used to when we are trading on Uniswap, and then we don't know with whom we're trading, right? Actually in these systems, people will know with whom they're trading, and in case they need to get this information, they will be able to understand who are the LPs in these pools and actually who is their counterparty within this particular trade.
Yeah, 100%. And I think from my perspective, like the innovation that I would like to see in the short term would be, tokenization of real estate and stocks and bonds is something that is in the talks, and widely reported in a lot of reports that are done by BCG, EY, all of that, and they believe it's a big disruptor. But I think the small investors who are basically tech nerds are the people who would start adopting it first, rather than the normal Joe who doesn't really know anything about blockchain or technology. And for them to come in, maybe it can start with, like the Web3 gaming ecosystem is quite big. And in that, if they take up the tokenization of, it's already tokenized in the sense that your game skins and your game armor, all of that is tokenized, but there are also real world assets that can be associated to these games, like Pokemon Go, for example. Is something that you have to take your phone and go somewhere, and in that, like, if you can collaborate it in an innovative way whereby the whole gamer community can be included, or the sports community can be included in this entire sort of movement towards tokenization of physical assets, then that would be really cool. I mean, from a personal perspective, I'd like to see that innovation happen, because the idea on its own is extremely innovative. There is nothing that can become more better, because tokenization gives a person more accessibility, more liquidity, transparency, immutability, fractional ownership, cost savings, all of this. It just needs to be executed in a more innovative way to bring in a lot more people, the first users especially, who will create a kind of awareness that is required for this concept.
Yeah, totally valid points. I think we need to step back a bit, and you, Mikita, mentioned about the real estate market. So, and Alex also added to that the fractionalization of the tokenized assets. So, how in your world view, so to speak, do you see fractionalized real estate, and how can people leverage that to maybe earn additional income, or how they potentially can integrate that in the Airbnb or any kind of shared apartment stuff? How would that work potentially?
So from my point of view, the market is going to transform a little bit. There will be less focus on the big owners of the whole apartments, but instead it is going to become much more open for smaller investors, and literally, maybe it is going to swing drastically, and anyone who has $100 will be able to invest. But I believe that with the highest probability, it will be something like, there will be a threshold, and threshold is something like $5,000. If you have this money, then you are able to invest, and they will be, and we will see the platforms that are going to appear. These platforms are providing the legal framework for tokenizing the real estate. These platforms are going to provide advices on in which real estate to invest. And these platforms are going to provide services for renting and taking care of this real estate. So, and most importantly, I do believe that the biggest disruption here, or the biggest kind of open in the market, is going to happen in just residential real estate, because this is something that is easy to understand for an ordinary person, right? I do understand that this particular apartment is good because it is close to the train station, it is close to the subway station, or for example, I know that they are building a new train line here, and then in a couple of years, it is obviously going to go up in price, and I would be able to rent it at a higher price. So this is a good investment. And as just an individual, I know nothing about this supply depot, whether it is a good one or not, because maybe just a standard track, for a standard truck, there is not enough space to turn around, right? So these topics are very complicated. So residential real estate, I think, with tokenization, is going to be one of the biggest change, and more people are going to start investing in real estate. So yeah, many people are saying that real estate market is overheated, but with this particular thing, this movement is going to heat it up to the absolutely different level. And there are two options: is whether it is going to pop before the major move here, or no, and it is going to continue then.
Yeah, no, 100%. And just to add a couple of points to it, I think like our generation, or I don't know, when I say our generation, I think generation right now who is in a position where they need their own residential homes are not able to afford it as easily as their parents were able to afford it because of the massive increase, in the value attached to real estate all over the world. People who are 60, 70 years old right now were able to buy a house when they were 20, 30 years old way more easily than the same age group is able to afford at this point. And that's why fractionalized ownership comes into the picture. And these are the same people that are able to afford parts of a real residential house and not in its entirety. And they can have access to these kind of opportunities which were not available otherwise. And from an investor's perspective, real estate is inherently a risky business because it requires a massive investment upfront, and then you never know what's going to happen in the next decade because of so many geopolitical factors involved with a real estate's price point. And residential, for example, depending on the kind of schools that come into the neighborhood or the kind of public project that comes up, the value can fluctuate massively over a period of time. And also, like other forms of real estate, like commercial, for example, during COVID, that was badly hit, and the prices went down. And if they could get an exit, I'm sure the investors would love to like sell it off to these fractionalized owners who would take the risk for a smaller sum of money as compared to the bigger money an investor would have to put in to buy the entire plot of a building or a land. So yeah, I believe in the future there is a movement that is coming, and especially in the sector of real estate, considering that it is in a way quite volatile, yet very pervasive in everybody's lives.
So what you guys are saying is that basically I'm finally will be able to get into real estate.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, that's great to hear. So a question, the last one I have is more so about the blockchain. So we have quite a multitude of blockchains nowadays, So would you say that blockchain as as an entity plays part in the tokenization of assets? What I mean by that is whether a blockchain needs to be specifically geared towards tokenization, or potentially or theoretically any blockchain can support tokenization, and what's the requirements for that, if any?
So from my point of view, there are two ways how to approach this. First approach is to launch restricted assets on chain, which means that you are able to launch ERC20s, but that are not just plain ERC20s, but rather with a white list of the addresses who are able to transact with it, right? And in such a case, and this why the whitelist should be there is because of the regulatory requirements that you need to know who is actually transacting. With such cases, it is going to be with this approach, and this is what many people are trying to execute right now. I think this is a path nowhere, right? And the reason for this is super simple. Okay, there is this tokenized asset, and kind of what you're going to do, you cannot put it on Uniswap because Uniswap is not permitted to have this asset. Well, because it's kind of a smart contract. But in case even you will permit Uniswap to have it, but then with whom you're able to trade, right? How to execute these trades, and especially if we're talking about some complicated things like multi-pool swaps in between different things, and people have different, in some assets they are whitelisted, in other assets they are not whitelisted, but they kind of should be whitelisted because these are the similar assets. This is a complicated setup that is actually requiring quite a lot of KYC, all of the stuff that is performed by the issuers of the assets. It is a super complicated, and many issuers of the assets. Imagine construction company. Do they know how to do the KYC for the blockchain stuff, right? Or maybe there are 10 different construction companies that are built in the same region, and their legal departments all have different requirements on the KYC and AML procedures, right? This is going to be complicated. Instead, what can be done is that the blockchain containers can be launched. They are going to look and feel like the ordinary networks, but the access to the whole of the network is going to be regulated and is going to be, compliant with certain particular things, right? Which means that there will be a network for example, for real estate that is going to be certified as real estate for UAE or real estate for European Union, and the compliance requirements are met for these particular verticals and these particular regions for this network. And from that standpoint, on this network, any construction company can deploy their assets and they should not be modified. And because of this, they are going to be just plain ERC20 tokens that can be deployed within 20 seconds. And then the pool on an ordinary Uniswap can be created and people can start trading. And on top of this, 1inch can be launched and it can aggregate the liquidity from many different places, and everything is going to be great. I believe this is the proper path how blockchains are able to support this move. This is the exact reason why Aurora Cloud, which is our solution for blockchain containers, it has all of these features. It has the features of whitelisting, who is able to work. We do have a solution, we do have an integration with the KYC providers. And here it will be also very good because these containers, it will be absolutely great to enable work of these containers on top of the public networks, because public networks, what they are able to bring in is the liquidity, especially the stablecoin liquidity inside of it. Yes, there is an official USDT deployment of NEAR, which is great. So people are able to move their money through USDT inside of this particular container. And this is a proved method because USDT is compliant with all of the US regulations. And that's great. In case you are having your own small network running on 4 validators, how you're going to get stablecoins there? Who is going to be responsible for holding these assets? There is a reason why Tether is earning tons of money with Circle, right? Because they are holding these assets and they are custodians, right? So that is the stuff. So combination of the blockchain containers with the strictly fenced perimeter of this thing, of these smaller ecosystems, together with the public blockchain and all of the infrastructure that is available on public blockchains, this combination is something that is going to enable the move for the tokenization of real world assets.
Yeah, I think it's fantastically explained by you, and I couldn't agree more, because if it's tried to do in a way where it's super centralized and everything is at one place, then it's going to be very, very complicated, because every country's, every region's regulations and laws relating to a physical asset are different. And that's why it's important to have a kind of structure, wherein the containers are present and things are done in a way that is appropriate to that particular asset that we're talking about.
Yeah. So I think I thank you guys for your contributions and inputs. And my personal takeaway from all of that is that it opens up an avenue for me personally, to make even more financial decisions, dubious financial decisions. So I appreciate your input, and I give floor to my colleague Okaya.
Thank you, Jumbo. So I have one question from our community. If it's all right with you, Miss Mikita and Alex, I would love to share it. Incoming. So Matthias asked, what about regulations concerning fractionized assets such as real estate? Doesn't that problem have to be tackled first prior to tech solution?
Actually, we were touch base in this point a little bit. Actually, there are regulations and there are ways how you're able to enable this fractionalized ownership, again through companies that are formed in a specific way and through trusts. These kind of special purpose vehicles are able to be created in order to own the actual asset, while the ownership or the decisions that are making inside of this organization in this SPV, they are going to be subjected to the token distribution. There are ways already in the current regulatory setup how to implement these things.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying Matthias's question. That was everything from my side. Thank you so much for joining, Miss Mikita. It was a pleasure to have you. Alex, like always, thank you so much. And also to you, Mr. Jumbo. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank
everybody.
you for having me. Thank you.
So this was the roundtable. We'll be moving on again to the next showcases. Let's see who's next. We have Anton from B4B, excuse me. Let's see if Anton is ready. We'll start in 30 seconds before Anton can showcase his project. So stay tuned. Hey there, Anton. Can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Oh,
Can you-
lovely. So, how are you doing today?
I'm fine, thanks. And you?
I'm doing great, thank you. It's nice. I had the chance to take a little break during the roundtable, and quite excited to experience your showcase. So please, Anton, introduce yourself, what you and your team are doing, and most of all, the core functionalities of B4B. So the stage is yours, and yeah, you can get started.
Yeah, thank you. Can I share my screen? Hello, my name is Anton. I'm co-founder of B4B World, Web3 marketplace for ad promotion with influencers. A lot of Web3 companies today use influencer ads as a primary ad channel, but it is too routine process to search suitable influencers, check them on fraud, and make requests about statistic, free dates, prices, make full prepayment and waiting for the ad without any guarantee of deadline and quality of the ad. It's time-consuming for both sides, no performance history, and risk of losing money. B4B is reputation-based ads. So it helps to make ads fast and on time, has an on-chain portfolio for influencers to share, and protect payments by smart contract. For advertisers, it's a quick ads booking based on data, and influencers motivated to grow their reputation on the platform for more rewards. And all payments are secured by escrow smart contract, and transparent data can use for analytics. Advertisers search for influencers on the platform, check the statistic, book, and pay on the platform, and get updates of the ad status here on the platform and on chain. Influencers verify their profile once and share a booking link with all advertisers. Accept campaign as soon as possible and run them on time to grow B4B rating is a reputation on the platform. And earn monthly rewards based on this rating on the platform. We target on Web3 influencers is micro and middle influencers in Twitter and Telegram, and help to Web3 companies attract more users in the ecosystem and grow their community. We take 15% fees on each paid ads campaign in USDC. Influencer ad market is too big. It's 20 billion today and fast growing. Web3 influencer market is a small part of this. We concentrate to start working on the pre-market and grow our solutions scale to Web2 market too, which will grow in 5 years. We have competitors in Web3, Web2. It's large platforms with large number of influencers, but it is too difficult to make payments on them, and closed database and difficult APIs, not transparent APIs. And Web3 started to work with influencers, but especially the biggest companies concentrate working in referrals program, and especially with crypto enthusiasts, not only influencers. And we help to make worldwide payments with transparent data for advertisers and portfolio ownership for influencers. We had a strong traction. We completed proof of concept by providing more than 2,000 ad campaigns with in different countries for different advertisers, including Web3. We completed our testnet in December with more than 2,000 participants and more than 5,000 ad campaigns. We got funding from Aurora grant and won hackathons from different EVM ecosystems. We launched our mainnet on Aurora on 1st February and already has more than 300 influencers and revenue from first advertisers. It's DAO marketing ecosystems. And our team consists of 3 main people. I responsible for a product and has experience founded a blockchain development company. Anna has a lot of experience working with influencers worldwide with different brands. And Gregory has a lot of experience in blockchain development and published blockchain articles. Together, we have published scientific articles, had a grant support from Aurora NEO ecosystem, and won more than 40 hackathons, including different ecosystem. Today, we have launched mainnet at Aurora and support Twitter and Telegram influencers with more than 1,000 followers. Next, we plan to scale our solutions for more EVMs to make it easier for all projects from different chains pay for that in stablecoins on their suitable network. And later, we concentrate on on-chain analytics to make better analytics to predict ad results for advertisers. And next, we scale for more social media and support Web2 advertisers. Ad promotion with influencers on B4B World. And now let's see how it works in our platform. Start with influencer, with which first time go to our platform. He can create his account, simply connect his wallet. It's my new account. I can see ad proposal from different projects on the platform. I can see it and need to verify my account to take these proposals and get it. I can verify by Twitter or Telegram at this stage. I have a verified account, so I just changed to another verified account. Yes, as verified influencer, I can check my profile with all statistics from my Twitter account and platform statistics such as ads in time, response time, how fast I respond on new ads, and score from brands and reviews from brands. And I set up my prices for ad post, for repost, and post and pin. So I can share my link with all advertisers to allow them book ad with me, with my channel. I share the link and advertisers can go directly by the link and see my profile and make booking with me, with my channel. So advertisers create the account. It's another account. Here, they can check a lot of influencer list. They can choose different social media and using different filters, search suitable channel for ad promotion. For example, it's my channel for showcase. I create post with B4B World channel on today and make ad post. It's Aurora DemoDay. So I have it's prepared. I attached the image. And ask influencer post it as soon as possible. After that, I make payments for that in USDC. It's $10 at price and minimum $3 fees. So it's low price for influencer. I confirm this transaction and waiting for some seconds to confirm the transaction with this influencer. All's okay. I have an ad campaigns and I have a new ad pending order confirmation from this influencer. So go to my influencer account, change the wallet to influencer. Okay, go to ad campaigns, and I can see that it is a new ad order. So I had a different orders, but it is new. I can check the ad campaigns details. For example, I need to make this post in my Twitter account and at that date, and can download all materials. I accept the ad with this advertiser and schedule it on the date. Waiting for some seconds. And when the date it's the current date, for example, it's for these ad campaigns, I need to make the similar ad campaigns for today. I can copy this ad content, post it in Twitter, for example, and add some image, tweet it. All's okay. I'm as influencer, tweet this promotion in my Twitter, and I'm share my link on this ad promotion and paste here for this ad campaign. Send the link and confirm that I'm complete the ad for this advertiser. Waiting some seconds for transactions confirming. All's okay. This link is sent, and I waiting for approval of this ad not more than 24 hours. So go to the brand account, advertiser account. I connect the wallet of advertiser. It's ad campaign, completed ad campaign. I can check the details of ad campaign. It's completed in time from this influencer, and I can check it in Twitter. All is good. All of as I write in requirements for this influencer, and I approve that. Write 5 stars and cool ad and time. Waiting some seconds and it will be approved. And I can check history of my ad as advertiser, and I made it before, and now it will be the new. It's just completed ad. And also I can check my wallet with all transactions, and as influencer I can check my history too, wallet, and waiting for more ads. Share my link with all advertisers which write me, and making easier to plan the ad on the dates. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I can answer on this. Ad promotion with influencers on B4B.
Thank you so much, Anton. That was an amazing pitch. It's great to see what you and your team are building. And it's quite exciting actually to see a Web3 initiative that creates a platform where advertisers, but also influencers, can officially collaborate. So, out of own experience, and I do think quite some developers or team members in the space experienced it, we get daily flooded with unsuitable and shady requests for influencers, ads, PR, marketing. So I was wondering, in what type of way can brands or entities screen influencers on your platform with the aim to check if they are actually suitable and legit for a potential collaboration?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. So we have a lot of statistic of each influencer. First of all influencers on the platform are verified by Twitter channel or Telegram. After that, advertiser can check a statistic from Twitter directly on our platform. Not go to the Twitter. Also, we add more platform statistic such as a rating, which consists of ads on time, response time, and score from different brands from each influencers. Also, he can check, all the advertisers can check the price of influencer. And later, we plan to concentrate and add more statistic from different API integrations. It's Web2 instruments and also Web3 analytics. For example, it's on-chain analytics of activity followers of this influencer. So when I want to make ad with this influencer, if his followers usually use similar tools, then my tools is very good for this influencer.
Awesome. Thank you for clarifying. I wonder, in addition, are we also able in the future to see some type of portfolio of these influencers to check their previous work?
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, and previous work, yes, and the reviews from all of previous advertisers.
Lovely. In that case, I think many of us could use an initiative like you. So great work. One more question. In traditional Web2 advertising, middlemen often receive about 10 to 30% of the ads budget. So I think Google Ads, for example, has a pretty lucrative business over there. I was wondering, compared to a traditional advertisement platform like in the Web2 industry, what type of fees or additional costs are coming at your platform for the users that interact with it?
Yes, based on our experience working with influencers agencies takes more fees, and we right now takes 15% fees, and later we plan to change these fees according to market. So I think it can be changed, but right now it's 15% fees from ad cost.
That sounds very decent. Thank you for clarifying. And accept the high cost to the middlemen in traditional ads, what are, in your view, the main challenges that brands experience in advertising campaigns? And most of all, how does B4B tackle those challenges?
Yes, the main challenges working with influencer around the world is first of all, it is payment. So it's so difficult to make inter-country payments using, for example, PayPal. It's so long process and a risk to block the money for sometimes. And also it's a risky payment. So influencer also ask full prepayment before that. And advertisers need to make full prepayment. And it's too risky for them. And we work via escrow smart contract, which block the amount on the smart contract. And after completed that, all the amount goes to the influencer. And it's easy to pay in USDC for advertiser and get payment in USDC for influencer. And I think the second one is that large platforms, large Web2 databases, it's closed and usually change their APIs and their data is not open. And all our data, all our history will be open and easier to for analytics. And also it is possible to add on-chain analytics in future, which help to better understand the performance metric for this influencer before the ad for advertiser.
Amazing. Okay, there are definitely some advantages. Thank you for sharing. Then I have one more question for you. I noticed while researching your platform, there's also an ambassador program available. Could you tell a little bit more details about it and how you experienced this?
Yes, shortly it is all our ambassadors can create their account on ambassadors.bfb.app, and here they can get their own referral code, and based on this code they can invite more influencers on our platform and grow their BFB referral points on the platform, and all statistics will be here, and based on these referral points we will distribute our BFB rewards, BFB coins monthly, and with a growing number of ad campaigns on our platform, and we will share some percent of fees to referral to this referral pool, and all of these rewards will be can be exchanged to USDC coins in future. And more information we can learn in our Twitter, and all can start to help with an ambassador program on BFB.
Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure to meet you, and I truly wish that your platform can replace all these shady influencers in the space. So I wish you the best of luck, and hopefully till the next Demo Day, Anton.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, goodbye. So next up, we got a quite remarkable team from an amazing initiative. It's AWA Protocol. We will start their showcase in about 1 minute. So please stay tuned. Hey there, Leo. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, good to hear from you. How's it going?
Likewise, mate. All is good over here. And how about there?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah, happy
glad to hear so.
Thanks for inviting us. Yeah,
it's a pleasure. So please, Leo, tell us a little bit about you, your team, and most of all, what AWA Protocol is building. It's quite a big infrastructure. So yeah, I'm absolutely excited to hear your showcase. The stage is yours, mate.
Happy to share. And just a quick question: can you see my screen?
Yes, it's incoming right now.
All right. Yeah, just a few words about myself. I joined the team like 1.5 years ago, right? I'm a biz dev and partnership manager. So basically, the company has like 2 years of development history, and since that moment, we secured like 6 grants from different chains, and basically we're building like cross-chain interoperability protocol, solving the problem of liquidity fragmentation. We have partnered with Curve, I will share more on this during the pitch. And yeah, so we have many integrations in the pipeline and launching in the commercial mainnet within the next few weeks, right? So overall, I will try to go quickly through the deck so you get a better understanding. So this is one of the problems we are solving. So one of the major problems of DeFi nowadays is that the projects need to have like 6 times more liquidity if they want to go on 6 different blockchains. They have to split their liquidity, right? So, and this is like basically is an issue while a lot of projects prefer to go on centralized exchanges rather than on DEXs. So with us, like we solve this issue completely. So keeping one pool of liquidity in the chain of preferred choice. So the projects can go on 6 different blockchains, being traded among all the supported for stable coins, and basically get all these tax benefits at the same time, like keeping them decentralized nature and not having this risk of taxes going bankrupt, all sorts of problems associated with that. So second one is the projects usually have to rely on centralized bridges. And just last year, 2 billion lost in cross-chain hacks. So we are focusing on security a lot. And there are like 2 vectors of attacks. So one is lack of decentralization, like famous hack, probably you know, of Ronin breach, right? Where like 5 out of 9 validators were taken over. So in our case, we'll be scaling up the number of we'll have like a decentralized network of validators and oracles with the goal to scale up to 700 800 validators by the end of the year. So utilizing role depose consensus similar to super oracles and Algorand. So smart contracts wise, we already got like double audit from Hexens and Smart State. And good part here is that the liquidity pools itself, they will be locked in the Curve smart contracts. So Curve Finance is our partner. We partnered with them, and they also integrate in our cross-chain assets on their side, including the front end and smart contracts. So we have kind of good partnership with them. So in terms of the, overall, users and transactions on different platforms have increased after this centralized exchanges FAT, and just this is not the kind of the latest report, but just recently you can see here this is like the graph of DEX to TEX post-trade volume. You can see a huge spike right now on DEXs, right? So overall, it was like huge increase in transactions in users, right, on decentralized platforms. So this is like the solution. We cut cost 6 times for for projects to be at 6 chains, right, with keeping just one liquidity pool. So it's also quite good offer for the projects because they can also earn the yield farm rewards if they provide the liquidity on our DEX. And yeah, basically together with Curve Finance, we will make it possible to be listed on cross-chain DEX, accessing all blockchains liquidity user base with a single cross-chain pool. So no need for projects to have like liquidity pools in a chain. And users will be able to buy and trade the token cross-chain among all the supported for stable coins like USDT, DAI, USDC, or TUSD, both on Curve Finance and AVA. So and also earn the like additional farming yield on their own liquidity. So currently supporting 6 largest by TVL EVM chains. We'll be integrating more chains, including Aurora, and more non-EVM chains as well, ZK rollups down the road, right? So this is like the market size. So it's just 112 billion, which is in a bridge transaction volume across all the bridges last year, roughly 18 million generated by the bridges. So if we target like 10% of market share, it will be 1.8 million of monthly revenue for the protocol. I can share on the transaction how we're gonna monetize it in terms of the transaction fees, etc. And we'll also have like rev share model with Curve as well. So this is like the heart of our solution. So as mentioned, currently supports in 6 largest by TVL EVM chains. So partnership with Curve. And basically the idea that by locking the original assets in a chain, they're like synthetic derivatives. So they're created in a hub chain, which is based on Phantom. And those synthetic derivatives are aggregated among all the chains into one deep liquidity pool. So the EUSDT, for example, is an LP token of that particular pool, right? So yeah, this is basically a very efficient exchange because of the deepness of the pools, right? So it's, I would say that like 2 to 3 times more efficient than competitor AMM DEXs. And in terms of the fees, we're gonna have like we're gonna charge them transaction fees for cross-chain stable swaps, for AVA DEX, I mean for cross-chain Curve crypto pools, also for the token bridge, and also we'll be charging like data protocol commissions for the from the projects that integrate the messaging protocol as well. And on the Curve side, we so first Curve will be in the AVA Oracle network, like the validator, right? So they will also participate in our multi-sig management. So yeah, and our like cross-chain pool liquidity will be placed in Curve smart contracts. So this is like how the competition looks like. You can see here like players like Layer 0 target signups. Any swap in multi-chain, it's more like one-to-one bridge, and we are targeting the same efficiency as one-to-one bridge. I mean, on the absolute cost level, but to achieve the same volume, we would only need like 10 times less in TVL. So, for example, multi-chain is keeping 1.4 billion in TVL, and we would, to achieve the same volume, we would only need around 100 million in TVL. But important aspect here is decentralization. So, for example, I mean, majority of our solutions are either in proof of authority or quite centralized. For example, a layer 0, they're utilizing Sequoia oracles, previously used FTX oracles, multi-chain. In multi-chain, you rely on the fact that 13 out of 21 nodes are not compromised. So yeah, this raises some concerns on the level of decentralization, and we are focusing on this a lot, right? This is how we differentiate. Also, comparing to Stargate signups, we can achieve like 2 to 3 times lower slippage, hence better slippage. So this is like the simple use case. So basically, the project gets liquidity, and the user base of all 6 major chains with just one simple integrations. We have basically 2 verticals we are going to focus on. So first one is the projects that would like to get listed on across different chains, like cross-chain listings, right, together with Curve. And second one is just cross-chain logic for the dApps, right? So that means, for example, we signed partnership with Brave browser with 65 million downloads. So we'll be integrating protocol to make their wallet cross-chain. So these sorts of integrations, right? So this is some like a sum up of advantages. I think I can skip it for now. I mean, the team we are 23 people in the team. So our CEO and co-founder Boris, he's like mathematician, blockchain analyst, and also an architect of our protocol. He hosted more than 300 nodes in the past, so knows all little technicalities for the chains. He in our chief strategy officer Alex, they also co-founded DeFi Asset Management Fund. So CTO is like 20 years in software development. It's experience like big data, ML, blockchain tech. And Farash, our CBDO and co-founder, he's running. Coming from a VC corporate background, and also running quite large crypto executive communities, 2,000 people in it, and also Harvard Business School executive education. So we have we received 6 grants from different L1, L2s, right? We won prizes in free hackathons like Eat Global, Metis, Polygons as well. And on the right, you can see some of the bakers, including Big Brain Holdings, Mulana, Mapleblock VC, and we almost filled out the seed round. I can share details on this. So traction-wise, we already in the mainnet, right? So we spent like 2 years on the development. So this some of the partners, including like different chains, like wallets, like and other applications. So basically, the roadmap for this year, we will be launching in the commercial mainnet within the next few weeks, and then we will be focusing on expanding the number of validators by the end of the year to like 700, 800 validators. Also, we'll be launching the cross-chain NFT bridge functionality in Q3, and we'll be launching without the token, right? So, and we're planning to have the TG and IDO approximately August, September of this year. And yeah, this is like in short on the roadmap. And on the token utility, you can see here, so AVA token will be provided in yield farming for liquidity provision, in proof of stake, as we have a decentralized Oracle network, like 50% of supply being locked away in protecting the protocol security, similar to Polkadot and Cosmos, and governments of the protocol in AVA DAO, boosting the capital efficiency of liquidity providers due to DAO voting power, similar to Curve Finance, and as well for the payments, so fees can be paid in AVA tokens. So this is the tokenomics. We have raised like 5 million out of the 6.5 million. So I would say that around 1.2 million left. And we are planning to close the round probably next month. So we, yeah, here you can see that market cap on TG is quite low with just around 600K. And yeah, within 6 months from the launch, we expect to launch decentralized data protocol and lock major part of vested tokens to reduce supply pressure on the token. So yeah, this is like this summary of investment deal. So the valuation 60 million, and token unlock happens within 1.5 years after TG, with like 10% unlocked after 6 months, and then linearly. So vested tokens can be staked as well. So I think I kind of yeah, covered all of the main things. So if you have any questions, would be happy to answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for this outstanding showcase. It was an amazing presentation, and the value you're bringing to the space is beyond amazing. So thank you so much, Leo.
Thank you so
I
much.
think, yeah. So I was wondering, liquidity fragmentation between chains is quite a major challenge that bridges face. And I was wondering how AWA tackles these challenges of liquidity fragmentation.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what we are basically focusing on, right? So I just show it on this picture, right? So this is how it works internally, right? So basically, we utilizing hub chain approach, right? Aggregating liquidity. So there are like synthetic derivatives that are created in our hub chain, right? So that means that for the projects, it's a really easy way to go cross-chain. So there's no need to have like different liquidity pools in a chain and all of this stuff, right? So they can just have just one liquidity pool, and for the users, it's just a simple way, right, to for example, to buy their token with any supported stable coin on any chain, right? So there is no need to think about the chain, or just choose the stable coin you prefer, and that's it. So yeah, and I would say that these 6 chains we're just starting out, right? So we'll be integrating more chains, including non-EVM chains as well, right, down the road.
Awesome. Thanks for clarifying. Hearing this, it was definitely not a typical bridge when it comes to cross-chain interactions. So amazing work, and also congratulations on your integration with Curve Finance. I mean, Curve is definitely one of the pioneering decentralized exchanges in the industry, and I recently found out they even have a mind-blowing TVL of over $4.5 billion. So that's quite
Yeah,
amazing.
largest DEX on the market. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm also excited. Yeah.
I can imagine. And in addition to that, and I noticed that you and your team will deploy a proof of authority version on AWA's Oracle network. So could you
Yeah,
please tell us more about the Oracle network and especially its core functionalities?
yeah, exactly. So basically, I would say that we first released, we already released actually the Oracle network with the proof authority, but we will be switching to proof of stake in Q3 of this year, right? So first starting with proof of authority and then switching to proof of stake. So they will be like a decentralized network of validators, and as mentioned, we're planning to scale up to 700, 800 validators. And in terms of the solution, right? So this is how it looks like for the messaging protocol. So here you can see how decentralized Oracle network is basically how it works, right? And yeah, just it's a bit technical to be honest, but overall you can see here that they will be like decentralized Oracle network. So with like every 4 hours will be changing like different set of validators, like different epoch. So it's similar to Algorand or like Super Oracles. Super Oracles, it's called Role Depot Consensus. So you can check it out. Yeah.
Awesome. Then I have one more question for you.
Yeah.
Like I saw on your presentation, security is kind of crucial topic, and there's been about $2 billion exploited last year in bridge hacks. So I wonder what are like the main or key approaches that AWA takes to secure the bridge infrastructure?
Yeah, exactly. So this is why I covered actually why security is so important, right? And basically, I just want to point out, right. So there are like maybe explain it a bit better. So because there are like usually two vectors of attacks, right? And as I mentioned in my pitch, so first one is like lack of decentralization, right? It's not really related to the like the breach, right? But overall, it's very important, right? Because in like mentioned in Ronin breach was hacked with like five out of nine validators were taken over, right? So in our case, we will be having like starting with 200, scaling up to 800 validators. But smart contracts wise, obviously the audits, the security audits, we already got double audit from Smart State and Hexens. And yeah, there will be also penetration testing and white hacker program as well. So everything else for the breach, right? And good part here that the liquidity pools they will be locked in the Curve smart contracts, right? So yeah, this is
Awesome.
how we tackle them.
Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying it. And again, thank you for attending our event. It was a super interesting presentation. I wish you all the best behind the screens with your team. I cannot wait to interact more with Ewa. And hopefully we'll see you on the next demo day, Leo. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for hosting it. And yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, enjoy the day. All right, bye-bye.
Good day. So that was the presentation from AWA Protocol. It was quite remarkable. Next up is another, well, amazing bridging infrastructure, Bungie. We'll kick off their pitch in about 1 minute, so stay tuned. Hi there. Welcome, Mr. Mishra. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes, I can hear you well.
Lovely. How are you doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good. How about yourself?
Pretty great too. I'm kind of mind blown by all the showcases, and I have to tell you, I just discovered your protocol, and for me, it's quite a life-changing experience. I won't tell too much because probably you will showcase all the features, but thank you for saving so much time, sir. So I'm eagerly looking forward to hear what you and your team have been building, your showcase. So please, Mr. Mishra, introduce yourself and your colleagues, and most of all, the interesting core functionalities of Bungie.
Thank you for your kind words. And this is the mission we are on to save a lot of time and money for everyone in the space. So GM folks, I'm Apurv. I'm the head of operations and growth at Socket and Bungie, and I've been working with the team for like a little over a year now. And honestly, the journey has been amazing with so much cool stuff being shipped out at such insane speeds that like I can't even begin to tell you. And this is Piyush. He helps us with marketing Bungie and also like handling everything related to community. And we're glad to be here today. So, yep, I think we can get started. So today, like we're here to present our protocol, Bungie. Bungie is built on top of Socket. Socket is our interop protocol, and Bungie kind of acts as our liquidity layer, which is free to use for the public. And can we go on the next slide, please, Piyush? Yep. So, like all of you know, like we have a lot of new chains like popping up, every day in Web3, and there are already more than 200 layer 2 chains and solutions which are just like EVM based, and the non EVM side has also been popping up rapidly. So, uh, since like there are so many chains and they are going to keep increasing, bridging between most of them is a pain, as you all must have known. To bridge your assets from one place to another, you can either use native bridges, but you can't bridge back for a week, or you can, go to third party bridges, but you'll have to compare each of them individually and who is giving you what speed, what cost, and it starts becoming a pain like if you have to do it regularly. So the problem currently we're facing is bridges are unreliable, they're inefficient, and basically there are a lot of bridge delays. There are so many bridges to choose from. They are slow, they're expensive, their liquidity is fragmented. So like on the popular chains your transactions might go through pretty quickly, but on chains which are not as popular as Optimism or Arbitrum, you know you might face like bridge delays since there is a shortage of liquidity on that particular chain, right? So to solve this, what we've done is our mission was to make it as simple as just entering values and just approving your transaction, right? So uh, when you particularly talk about uh, bridges infrastructure, it's still very nascent, with everything that's been going on in the space. So what Bungie really does here is Bungie acts as a bridge aggregator and has all the top bridges integrated into Bungie, as well as all the top dexes integrated. So you can literally go from any token on any chain to any token on any chain in just one single click. And to so this is kind of like a snapshot of what Bungie looks like. You just have to select your source and destination chain. You have to select your token from our list, and in case you don't find your token in the list, you can always import the token's contract address and you can still bridge that token. So Bungie kind of shows you all the bridging routes which are available for your transaction, and it automatically suggest like the best route depending on your preference. And so since our launch in the past year, we've already enabled 200,000 unique users to transact using Bungie. uh, we've seen over $1 billion in volume just on Bungie alone, and we've amassed a community of more than 150K people across all our socials. So this kind of serves as a testament that people are actually uh, frustrated with like the bridging experience they've been having and all the difficulties that accompany it, and they've started to shift the solutions which kind of make their life easier and save them money and time like while they're at it, right? So uh, with dexes integrated, and you can move from any token to any token. Bungie literally, so how it works is you enter your values and it will display like the most efficient routes you have available depending on your preference. Now your preference can be either it can be speed or it can be cost, right? So once you enter your details, it will automatically compare all the options available, and it will suggest you the best route, which will also show you how many dollars you're saving by choosing that particular bridge instead of like all the other options that are available. And you can do all of this for no additional cost. Bungie is completely free to use for the people, and we don't charge anything. You just have to pay the gas fees and just the bridges cost. Other than that, there are no additional charges whatsoever. And since like our since our launch, we have countless testimonials, which some of them you can see on your screen right here, which are people praising Bungie and like appreciating Bungie post their experience, which was smooth, and it was easy to use. The UX is nice, and we couldn't be more happy. Like this is what like we're trying to build towards, right? uh, yeah. But making bridging simpler is just the first step of the ladder, right? uh, we've been So to tackle this, we've also launched a product called Refuel. It has been live for about 7 to 8 months now on Bungie. The basic functionality of Refuel is, uh, suppose you want to explore like a new ecosystem, right? Let's take maybe ZK Sync, for example, with like all of the hype they have, right? So to onboard to ZK Sync, you'll have to, you know, get gas over there first. Without that, you won't be able to make further transactions, right? So what Refuel does is you can swap a small amount of your tokens on your source chain to native tokens on the destination chain, which helps you which facilitates like the further transactions you're going to do after your bridging is complete, and helps you easily explore multiple ecosystems, right? So it automatically detects if you don't have native node tokens on the destination chain, and gives them to you in exchange for native tokens on the source chain. So uh, what what this has solved is now exploring chains is way easier than earlier. It was earlier, if you have been in the space for some time now, you must remember, if you want like gas on a new chain, you'd either have to go through the central exchanges route, where you buy a small amount and you bridge it over, or you would have to end up asking your friends to give you some small amount of gas to maybe explore the ecosystem, or you would have to trust shady faucets, which would result in anything for that matter. So to solve that, we built Refuel, and the response has been great. We have over 1 million transactions in Refuel alone. And of course, Bungie loves Aurora. We are extremely grateful for for like Aurora to be a part of Bungie, and also present us with countless opportunities to interact with their community. And in return, we've seamlessly onboarded countless users and a lot of liquidity to Aurora as well. which enabled them to explore Aurora's ecosystem to the fullest. So, with that thought in mind, we have always kept users at the core of everything we do, and naturally, security is something that can't be taken lightly or can be overlooked, and is extremely essential for us, and was like a major focus when we were building Bungie. And what we do is, firstly, like, our team comprises entirely of Ethereum Foundation and Polygon's veterans, very very early members of both. And to do this, Bungie never ever interacts or holds users funds. Everything is in the user's control, and they can, we only route their funds. There are no infinite approvals, and the users are completely in control of their funds at all times. Our code is completely open source and has been audited multiple times. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, on our roadmap, we have a lot of exciting stuff rolling out really soon, which includes adding support to and from more chains which are coming up, as well as adding more bridges so that users continue to find more efficient routes, as well as the fastest or cheapest depending on their preference. And we also have bridge protection and classic mode rolling out soon. So bridge protection is something which users can opt into for a very very small amount, and this protects their bridging transaction from all types of bridge delays, and in the worst case scenarios, bridges getting hacked as well. So how this kind of works is, there is a guaranteed finality, and there is a pool which is on chain. So whenever a transaction gets delayed due to whatever reason, and that time limit, the funds does not get like deposited into their gets received at their destination within like a set period of time, they'll be reimbursed from the pool itself. So there is guaranteed finality here, as well as classic mode, which kind of shows you what route you will be selecting, and kind of gives you a picture of your transaction before it actually goes through. So you can see where it will be swapped into what token. It might get swapped again to the token you selected on, which you might require on a destination chain. So you will be able to get like a clear picture of what's going on while your transaction is in process. That's all from our side, folks. We are very, very grateful to Aurora for letting us showcase Bungie here and interact with their community. And we'd like to open up the panel for any questions that you might have.
Yeah, many thanks, Mr. Mishra and your colleague Piyush. It was an amazing presentation. And as we live in a multi-chain world, I'm so thrilled by your smart features. Like I said, this was kind of a life-changing experience to discover you. Like, there's so many bridges out there, so many routes, and it's amazing that you and your team actually provided some features to find the most efficient route. So I was wondering, sir, in your view, what are the main challenges that bridges face, except the features that you currently offer, and how do you aim to tackle those challenges?
Right. So the first and foremost challenge which bridges face currently is that the liquidity is fragmented, right? So if you take multi-chain, for example, they have over $1 billion of liquidity, but that is split up among 55, 60 chains, and most of it will be on really popular chains, on like Arbitrum, Optimism, whatever, whichever chain is hyped up at the moment, that will have more liquidity, others might not. And if you see a sudden influx of users on that particular route, transactions start to delay and might not go through. So these are kind of the challenges which like are currently like the bridges which are facing. Other than that, of course, security will always be a big challenge still, since bridges are nascent. And last year alone there were so many hacks, all of us know, right? So these two like are the biggest challenges which needs to be tackled. On top of that, the UX of interacting with a bridge is not the smoothest experience ever, right? So to tackle all of these three, we built out Bungie, where we don't have infinite approvals. Users are in control of their funds, and this is the reason we're launching bridge protection as well, to protect the users as much as possible from all of these factors.
Understood. That's loud and clear. Actually, you also answered my next question. It was about the security part. So thank you so much. I'm not sure if my boss is gonna appreciate this. I did this last demo day too, and while listening to your presentation, the Deegan in me comes alive. I really love what you guys are doing, and I was wondering, as far as I know, you don't have a token at the moment. Will there be a token in the near future, sir?
This is a You're really putting me in the spot, right? So this is
Uh,
something we can't really
I
give
under
you a complete answer on.
Yeah, if I understand. I hope I don't surprise you, and if you can't answer on this right now, I understand. One thing is for sure, I will keep using your infrastructure and definitely keep you on my radar. If I have ever the chance to see some type of token, yeah, you know what time it is. So, Mr. Mishra, thank you so much for the value you're bringing for all the users in this space. It's super remarkable. You have an outstanding initiative. So thank you for your presentation. Also, you, Mr. Puyish. And I would love to see you guys at our next demo day and see how you further develop.
Definitely, we're glad to be a part of this, and definitely to be like updated on what's going on. You can definitely follow us on our socials or hop onto our Discord. And we are constantly trying to improve like the entire bridging infrastructure and the space, trying to make it more secure. To kind of do this, we also did a bridge risk framework and released it out, so that all bridges have a rating, and you can kind of go ahead and give that a read, and decide which bridge you actually want to use, and then you can come on to Bungie and of course find like the most efficient route possible at all times.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best behind the screens, and hopefully till next time.
Thank you, thank you for your time, folks.
Take care. So next up is Open by Sea. Within a minute, we'll kickstart their showcase. And in the meantime, stay tuned. Hi there, Alex.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
So far, so good, thank you.
Lovely. I gotta say, we have quite some Alexes today. I believe you're the third one.
Okay.
So, pleasure to have you here today at our event. Please introduce yourself and share what you and your team are building, and most of all, its core functionality. So, the stage is yours, Mr. Alex.
Yep, thank you. Is sharing works well?
Let me see. Yeah, it's incoming right now.
Okay, cool. Greeting to everyone from Ukraine. My name is Alex, and I am a serial entrepreneur with 30 years experience dealing with crypto since 2014. Thank you for having me today. I would like to introduce you OpenByC, a multi-chain NFT marketplace as easy as your grandma can sell NFT. A lot of my friends, key opinion leaders, are continuously asking me how to invest in NFT. They want to have a guide into crypto NFT world, but I can't recommend it to them because existing solutions can't provide a full control on my crypto assets or are too complicated even for me, a software developer. And this is why the OpenBC NFT marketplace is here. A simple step-by-step guided solution to create, buy, and sell NFT. And at the same time, NFT marketplace flow takes place only in blockchain and enables customers hold crypto keys. The next problem is the most commonly used marketplaces like OpenSea haven't got $1 billion valuation, but their business costs zero without buyers and sellers. And buyers and sellers received nothing in return, just nothing. It's not fair as for revenue sharing, in my point of view. To solve a problem, we add a DeFi element which is used for true value distribution. We have created $200 million plus valued support fund in our OBS tokens. 80% of total supply is locked on smart contract to climb only buyers and sellers, depending on revenue generated by them. Last but not the least problem is the value for purchased NFTs. People purchased NFTs facing dropped prices in the secondary market. This is a subject of significant loss for investors and decreased all NFT market reliability in general. Our solution to this problem is one metaverse ecosystem where a play-to-earn games generate NFT assets and users can play and sell later or even lease NFTs. Our solution is not just about partnership with existing games, but creating our own one. OpenBC Studios will create at least 5 NFT games titles within next 2 years. Our marketplace is in production since October 1 year ago. Browser and Android app, Telegram bot are live and enabled to create NFT, sell buy NFTs in a few clicks. Our product includes wallet, purchases with credit card option, and play-to-earn area where a few games. Our OpenBC Studios are about to release first NFT game, called Motadex. For our NFT game studio, we have 2 titles now in pipeline. First is Motadex, hyper-casual racing simulator, where NFTs as motos do 24 hours competition on NFT as tracks. As a result, they are sharing deposited on smart contract money. This game received 2 grants and released on Aurora chain 1 month ago. We are on the top 1 in Aurora games and based on the upper dart now. Second is DexGo, earn to fun project where locals create routes, follow attractive places with augmented reality learn to earn games on stops. A game raised about $20,000 on NFT pre-sale and will release at Q4 this year. All links are clickable, so you can check a pitch decks for both games. As you know, now market is overloaded by NFT marketplaces. Most of them are centralized, like Binance NFT, Rarible, with registrations and other difficulties inside user flow. Some of them are decentralized, but propose only marketplace services, and some with similar client model, where we were pioneers. At the GameFi market, top players provide very complicated user flow. But we are a mix simplicity, GameFi, and decentralization in the one place. This is in general competitors' list to check our advantages. So we were still easiest point to work and still decentralized. For overloaded market, we have to be competitive enough to grab organic traffic. Let's clarify our strengths. As I mentioned before, in problem solution cases, we lock 80% from our valuation to distribute our buyers and sellers, including play-to-earn NFT games, and using full decentralization for all NFT money flow. But that is not all. We have got unique offer to use any tokens for NFT selling. Any projects can increase their token valuation in that way. Our referral system is built in smart contracts. Any referral links includes referral wallet will be recorded in the first smart contract transaction. Any future referral fees will affect smart contract, and the referrer will receive 1% from all future income of a referred user. Also, we support multi-chains like Near, Aurora, Polygon, Ethereum, and are about to extend soon. I've been in crypto since 2014 and a full stack developer. Even after exits, I keep coding for fun. My co-founder Oksana has been in our Garely business for 15 years. The rest you can check on LinkedIn. A bit about OpenBC track records. Was founded in 2020 as a solution to our own problem. 2021 was deployed on BitB chain and Polygon. 12,000 plus community members and revenue from listing token sales and grants, a solution to our own problem. We are on the top 60 around marketplaces and in the top 10 for games in some chains. Our next action steps are to complete. We released, it's already done. We released MotoDex game and gained 10,000 plus active players. In Q4 this year, we plan to reach 100,000 in revenue. And Q1 next year, we will release a next game called Dex Go. And we're planning to be in the next in 2 years in top 10 positions in NFT marketplace chart and to top 10 in play-to-earn games. Better to predict some questions before asking. If you ask me why OpenBC sounds like a scam, answer is no, we don't scam. We will rebrand as soon as we have enough funds to marketing campaign. OpenBC was chosen as trolling OpenSea and now isn't showing a real brand value. Multi-NFT will be a final trademark. All domains are in my ownership now. Regarding investment amount, we are looking 1 to 2 millions US corp equity round with valuation 10 millions for active growth and platform improvement. Thank you very much for your time. I will be happy to discuss in the future. We still need advisors, investors. Ask me now or contact me later for any questions. Thank you.
Hi again, Alex. Thank you so much for showcasing what you and your team are doing. I was wondering, as a first question, in your view, what are the main challenges that NFT marketplaces are facing at the moment? And most of all, how do you and your team tackle those challenges?
In a general, I guess most important problem is true value for NFTs. So you can't produce an image and put in NFT and say that it's now cost $1 million. So you have to show the market, especially secondary market, or if you talk about a game, you have to clarify, show a real value for NFT within game, and show a trust for the users. In simple words, you cannot just take artwork or take in-game assets put to NFT and say that it's Web3. It should be much deeper integration. And general problems that the most key players probably don't understand this fact, and faced with broken business models. We are different. We will focus on it, and we will focus for long-term value for all NFTs which produced by us.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying. And I believe we're kind of on the same page, that we agree that the NFT boom is tremendous. So I was wondering to you, sir, how do you envision the future and the use of NFTs?
I guess mostly, most cases will be in games, but in next generation games, which have a full money flow integration in smart contracts. And a couple of cases where I guess it will works, like some ticket case should be fine. Maybe artwork, but I'm still skeptical. I guess it's will take tens of years. But in game, we were faced now in a change paradigm totally. I guess in 5 years, all next games will be deep in Web3 and show and money and assets flow on the blockchains.
Yeah, absolutely. From a perspective towards the GameFi industry, I totally agree with you. Like as a child, I've been a gamer, and I noticed recently at my cousin that the game industry changed a lot, and he spends a lot of money to buy these skins in games. And I can imagine that if this is in the form of NFTs with ownership, that opens a whole new world to the GameFi. So definitely. So I'm looking forward to see the future of NFT shape, but also in addition, your protocol. So thank you so much for showcasing what you and your team are doing. I wish you all the best behind the screen, and hopefully till the next demo day, sir.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
So next up, we got Audit One. This is actually a project I've been looking forward for a long time to. It's a great pleasure that they will be showcasing at our event. I think their infrastructure is crucial to navigate in a more secure place. I should not say too much. I can let the talk to the team. So I would love to invite Audit One. However, I cannot see their team tune in yet. I believe we will take a 1-minute break. Hopefully the team will tune in, and then from there we can continue. Thanks for listening and stay tuned. Hey there, David. Welcome.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Great. Nice, nice being here. I'm really excited about all of the projects that have presented.
Yeah, it's been quite amazing. Like many use cases, and like I mentioned before, I've been quite looking forward to your showcase. I have to mention, I hear my audio twice. Are you experiencing the same, David?
Yes, but I think now it's gone.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect.
So please introduce yourself, what you and your team are doing, and most of all, the core functionality of Audit One.
Sure. I'm David. I'm co-founder at Audit One, and the core functionality is we do smart contract audits and other verifications such as KYC, tokenomics review, NFT collection review. So what we try to deliver is trust into Web3 ecosystem as such. And maybe I'm gonna start directly with the presentation.
Yeah, please do. Feel free to share your screen.
Yeah.
Yes, your screen is incoming, and you may kickstart your presentation, David.
Great, thank you. So as I said, we do smart contract audits, and we are the trust layer of the Web3 world. So right now, Web3 is quite cannot really be trusted. I mean, I think all of us have experienced some rug pulls or funds being stolen from different projects in the past couple of years. And I mean, also statistics shows that most of crypto traders have experienced something like that in the past. And every year, more and more funds are being stolen through different DeFi hacks. And the reason is quite clear. I mean, only a third of all smart contracts are being audited right now.
Excuse me, David. I'm
Yes.
so sorry for intervening you. You have such a great initiative, and I don't want the quality to get lost. I experienced that your screen quality is a little bit on the low side, but also your voice. Is there by any chance you could enhance your network connection?
Maybe I closed all of other tabs and everything. Is it better now?
Your voice is amazing. Unfortunately, the screen, it's a little bit better.
Okay.
If it stays like this or it gets worse, is there by any chance that your colleague could join our call? That you keep on speaking, but he will go through the slides together with you?
Yes, we can do that.
I think that's a great idea. Like, I don't want to miss this presentation, so let's see. I will ask my colleagues to reach out to your colleague.
I think he's tuned in, so
I cannot see him at the list. I've seen him before, though. So David, please take
Yes.
a 1-minute break, and then let's
Sure.
recontinue.
Sure, no problem.
Hey there, Raja. Thank you so much for joining.
Hi. So I'll just share my screen so that
Please.
you can
Yeah.
follow. Now, is it clear? The slides?
Yes, this is perfect. Thank you so much for joining, Raja. We lost David only, so it will be great if he can tune in back. Raja, thank you so much for joining. Yes, David is here. Please, Raja, feel free to mute your mic, and then David can pick it up together with you. Many thanks, David. The issue is solved. So please, let's do this over again and kickstart your showcase about Audit 1.
Sure. Thanks, and sorry for the troubles. As I was saying, Web3 is right now not really secure and not really trusted. I mean, only a third of all smart contracts has been verified by a third party, and we are here to help this issue. So our core service is doing smart contract audits, and we do it by first verifying auditors and then pulling them together, always 4 of them, into one team that not only verifies the smart contract, but also in the team, each of the auditors peer reviews each other's findings, making the smart contract audits much more secure. Besides that, we also offer KYCs for individuals and do NFT collection reviews as well as tokenomic reviews. To make our business model sustainable in long term, we have our own academy for the auditors where they can learn and get better at auditing. And we also provide projects as well as auditors with our tools. And these tools are, for example, for automatic verification or automatic audit of your smart contracts. It can give you kind of estimate of whether your smart contract has a lot of issues or whether it's more or less secure. However, we have a lot of false positives there, so manual audit is always needed. Then there are also tools for tokenomics and marketing tools. So if you are interested in trying them out, you can look in through our app and try it out. It's all for free. And lastly, we have TrustLayer, which we integrate into platforms such as launchpads or exchanges. And this is with API, you can reach out then our services as a user of these platforms, get the KYC, or if you have a project, then verify your project, and we will automatically then update the platform about your verification. So then usually on the platform, also the projects have indication whether or not they have been KYC'd or verified with audit or the NFT collection verified and so on. Here, let's go just shortly through our auditing process, how we do it. So first we get a request for an audit, then we look through the code and send a quote to the project. After which we pull together the auditors. As I said, always 4 auditors for every audit. And then we set up all the infrastructure and communication channels so that the project owner can directly communicate with our auditors. And we try to keep the whole process very transparent. Who's auditing, who found which issue, and then also the project can reach out directly to the auditor and ask for more details, some support on the issues and so on. The audit itself takes 1 to 4 weeks, during which every auditor reviews manually the whole code, and then also peer reviews the findings of other auditors. When this first phase is done, then the project gets enough time to fix the issues, and at the end we validate the fixes and create an audit report. Until now, so we founded Audit One last summer, and until now we have done 10 audits and onboarded about 300 auditors. And these auditors were able to find an issue approximately every 100 lines of code, but that doesn't mean every code has an issue every 100 lines. It's just what we statistically got from our audits in the past. Let's the market for smart contract audits is still growing, and I think it's also because more and more projects realize that it's a good way of securing the project by letting third party look through the whole code and see whether there are some other issues that the development team itself couldn't find while building it. And market is growing, and we are here to capture it through, first of all, our trust layer that we integrate into the platforms, and this helps us also to capture these early stage projects that are just launching a token or just created an NFT collection, which makes also it much safer to invest in these just newly created startups. We have full transparency when it comes to our audits, which helps us to keep up the reputation not only of us, but also of the auditors themselves. And we are planning to have insurance pools for the audits that we did, for the projects that we audited, which would kind of put us into position where we also bear risk of hacks together with the project. But to the project, it gives more trust into us, as we are very confident in the skills and talent that we have when it comes to the auditors. This is my team, and all of us have been working in crypto since some of us since many years. Some of us just joined, but all of us have experience working in early stage startups or building startups, and I'm really glad for having all of the team with me, and we have also great advisors from different incubators. Yeah, and now so maybe we can talk a little bit about what we did with Aurora. So we have audited, we did 2 audits with Aurora. We have audited the Aurora Bridge and the Near plugins. And I hope we can audit more of the components of Aurora as you guys develop it. And during one of these audits, we were doing it in parallel with other auditing firm, and our approach of having more auditors look at the code really paid off, or showed that it makes sense to have more auditors in for every audit, since we were able to find many more issues during that audit. And at this point, I would also like to reach out to the Aurora community. If you guys are interested in audits, please feel free to reach out, or if you want to talk about security or what the auditing process is, how we can help you make your project more trustworthy, please feel free to reach out to me or any of my colleagues. And here are just a couple of our future plans. Since founding Audit One, since our first audit, we were saving all of the data about the issues in the code, as well as how to fix the issues. And we are looking forward to building an AI tool that would be able to identify more precisely issues in the code, and thereby hopefully in the future help us reduce the audit auditors pool from 4 auditors to 2, and thereby also reducing the costs for the projects during the audit. And the second future plan of ours is to create coverage pools that would cover the losses through the hacks of smart contracts. Because while we audit the smart contracts, it does not mean that in the future somebody won't show up with new tools, new ways of hacking those smart contracts. So it's also good practice to having audits regularly and also checking new smart contracts that are built or that expand the portfolio of the products of the project. And in these coverage pools, then if you are if you want to try out our tools, or if you're interested in what we are building more, please look into our app or follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, or join us on the Discord. And this is all from my side. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And it was very nice to listen to all of the presentations before. And I'm really glad we were invited and got to present you Audit 1.
Thank you so much, David. I'm also very glad that you attended our event. It's truly outstanding what you and your team are doing. And after research, I discovered that through free audit tools, you and your team provide an amazing pre-analysis service for smart contracts. I think this is a super generous initiative. So could you please explain in depth how the pre-analysis audit process works?
Sure. So there are 2 parts to it, I would say. One is what you can, one is the tool that you can find in our app that where you can just post the address of the smart contract, and it will scan through it and give you kind of an estimate of how secure your smart contract is. However, there's the problem of a lot of issues having false positives. So at the end, I would really ask you to have a manual audit to really verify all the issues, because these tools are not perfect at all. But they give you definitely the estimate of how good your contract is. And then the second part of it is that the projects can scan their contracts through from a testnet or files during development using our automated tool, and this helps them also to check for some common vulnerabilities and rectify them. But as I said before, the tool has a lot of false positives, so we always recommend to go through the manual audit. Yes.
Thank you for clarifying. Super clear. And I was wondering, what are in your view the main challenges that the industry faces at the moment in smart contract vulnerabilities? And how does your team tackle those challenges?
Okay, so I think there could be a couple of different things. One of this is lack of security expertise. So many builders may not have the in-depth knowledge how to secure code, and or don't know about specific vulnerabilities that can affect the smart contract, which can lead into security flaws. Then also a time constraint. So I mean, often many projects build under immense pressure to deliver the smart contracts, and there are tight deadlines. So there is sometimes not enough time to really look through the contracts and really verify it. And lastly, I would say the security updates all the time. So it's kind of, it could be a little bit hard for normal developer to stay up to date with all of the new possibilities, or all of the new threats and vulnerabilities that are that could be found in the smart contracts. So it makes sense to then employ somebody who really understands or is a professional in this field of auditing.
Understood. So considering everything, builders that lack these expertise, they should contact Audit One.
We would be happy to help them.
Amazing. So I have one more question for you, and it's quite nice. I didn't knew about your AI tools, where you are working on at the moment. AI, artificial intelligence, is now a hot topic, and it grows with light speed. So with the recent breakthroughs in AI, such as OpenAI's ChatGPT-4, I wonder if AI technology can replace human auditors. So what is your view and experience on this topic?
Yeah, so I mean, when ChatGPT 3 was just released, I got a lot of I saw a lot of posts mentioning like audits or smart contract audits is one of the fields that can be easily replaced by ChatGPT. So we dug deeper into this, and we took actually the newer version, the ChatGPT 4, and let it audit one of the smart contracts that we audited manually before, to find how good this tool is. So first of all, what we did was just feed it snippets of a code to look for vulnerability, snippets of the code where we knew there are issues in it. But it's just, some of those it could identify, but mostly it just gave generic answer of like what this code does, how this code works, and it couldn't really find the vulnerabilities that we were giving it. And then when giving it the whole code and asking it to list all of the vulnerabilities and all of the issues that are in the code, then it created a very nice table. However, listed only one or two issues for every vulnerability, and thus just providing kind of very basic, I would say, overview of the code. But when it comes to vulnerabilities, it couldn't really identify most of the vulnerabilities. Let's just say 20% were identified and the rest went unnoticed. So right now, ChatGPT is definitely not the tool for auditing smart contracts, but I think it's a great tool to understand the code. So you can feed it, you can copy paste the code into ChatGPT and ask it what the code does, what's the functionality, and how it all works. And we wrote an article about all of this and how we tested ChatGPT 4 with our smart contract, and you can read it on our blog. So I would invite you, if you are more interested in the topic of how good ChatGPT is when it comes to auditing smart contracts, please have a look at our website, into our blog, and read our article about it.
Wow, thank you so much for the brief overview. So the blog is on your website, right?
Yes, on our website or on Medium, either or. Yeah,
I cannot wait to read it, so definitely will check it out. Overall, these were my questions from my end. I want to thank you and Raja a lot for joining our event, and truly I wish you all the freedom to keep on creating. Like, the infrastructure definitely needs initiatives like you. So many kudos to you and your team, and I would love to see you at our next demo days, David. Thank you, Raja.
Thank you. It was our pleasure to be here, and it was very nice to meet all of the projects here. Thanks.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good day. So next, we got Pixody. Within a minute, he will kickstart his showcase. So stay tuned. Be back in a bit. Hey there, Alex.
Hello.
You're Mr. Fourth of the Alex today. Welcome, welcome. We had quite
Thank
some
you. Thank you.
Alexes today. So
Can you hear me well?
I hear you perfect. Can you hear us well too?
Sure, sure.
Great. So how are you doing today, Alex?
Great. And you? Working as always?
That's true. There's not much of a break. We're almost now for 5 hours streaming, and it's been quite remarkable until now. And I'm super thrilled to experience your showcase. So please introduce yourself, Pixity, and feel free to kickstart your presentation.
Sure. Thank you very much. I will start my. So, my name is Alex, and I'm here to introduce our project, Pixudi. And I will. Can you hear me? Because it.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Like the sound quality is perfect.
Can you hear me? Because everything is okay. I think it's some problem with my connection or something like this. So my name is Alex, and I wanted to introduce our Pixudi project. We have big traction from our last presentation, and I will tell you more. So our team started to work in blockchain in 2020, and more focus on blockchain in 2020. Before this, we are working with Web2 projects. And we as a gamers ourselves realized that there is not so much project with connection between Web2 audience and Web3 audience. And that's why we decided to make Pixudi project. I will show you the demo of our game later. I will go very briefly through our presentation and then go to the demo. Pixudi was made to introduce the blockchain technology to millions of Web2 users around the world, and our main mission is to attract Web2 audience. At the moment, we are developing a web version, which I will show you after the presentation. But in the next quarters, what is more important, we are going to develop Nintendo Switch version and mobile version. And now, team, we have Nintendo Switch developers. And according to the fact that we can put most of the backend logic on the backend, so we can link account in our game with Nintendo account, and user can use his items and NFTs in the game. I will show you how later. Talking about GameFi problems, the main problem for us, which we see, is connection again between Web 2 and Web 3. And that's why now game, I will jump to another slide about our game engine. In our game, and by the way, in the last minutes, I mean last hour, I add the picture about Aurora Cloud because, especially on this pitch session, I realized that it can be the best fit for what we want to do. So we try to blur the line between regular games and blockchain. And for example, we have Unreal Engine in Fortnite, Unity Engine in Hearthstone, and by the way, in the Witcher game, they use Aurora Engine. I mean, Aurora Engine is not like Aurora, it's like a game engine. But what is more important, people don't think about why do they use Unreal or Unity. They just play and have fun. And we try to present our game in the same way and in the same in the same way, and as an engine which we use to connect with a Web3 backend. I will show you just a second. I will stop presenting and show you one of our concept.
I believe we lost connection with Alex. Please stay tuned. I believe he will come back. Ah, there
And
you are.
now, can you hear? Yes, yes. I hope. I don't know. I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah, Alex,
Right
sorry
now.
for disturbing you. The last 10 seconds, your connection got lost. So could you please reopen your screen and maybe move one or two slides, one slide back, please?
Sure, sure. Mm.
Yes, thank you very much. You're good to go.
Okay. So I will share with you something. So the last 10 seconds, I'm talking about our game engine, and we try to present our game with game engine like any other game engine, like Unreal Engine or Unity. And what is more important, we wanna build something like Game Hub about all game applications which we wanna make, and in this way we have some technical description. I don't know, can you see this camel, right? But what is more important, and what I realize listening today pitches, that Aurora Cloud can be the perfect fit for us. Uh, so I will return to the presentation, to the market opportunity slide. It's pretty huge. I think everybody understands this. And to be honest, board game market, it's very big market with very, very big opportunity. That's why we focus on this. About our target audience, everybody who wanna play games, so can play our game. Everything in our game, it's NFT. I think I will move fast as I can to our game demo. Our business model, it's very important too. It's free to play and play to collect. We don't like play to earn mechanics, and many people, especially people from Web2, don't understand them quite well. That's why for us, play to collect is and free to play is the best business model. Our main income sources, it's sale of NFT packs, commission from transfer sale, and as you can see, we don't have now slide for token utility, but we have 2D token, and we will use it. For example, user can stake his tokens in order to gain access to advanced features in future, like participate in some of our tournaments. By the way, this is one of my favorite slide about franchise. We will work on this side too, because it's another way to attract more Web2 users. Because like any other game, we will have our own franchise with Funky Pop models, Nintendo Switch, T-shirts, books, and so on, and will attract more users. Our core team, you can see here. So with our me, our lead designer, backend dev, front-end dev, and our lucky mascots, Golden Retriever, Poseidon, and Lyra. So we have pretty good team and advisors. For example, Ashley helps us with US audience, and in October we will have some special tournament about Pixudi in US Wellington. And yeah, we have some partners like Board Game Geek Forum, YouTube channels Game Boy Geek and Deus Geek, Second F Spiele, Near, and we are talking now with Will Whedon about advertising our product. Not all our partners here, but most of the important here. And as you can see, it's very important. We are not talking about only Web3 partners. We are trying to attract Web2 partners, work with them, because it can really help to grow up, and it can really help because a Web3 audience, everybody know this audience, try to work, and most of the projects sometimes don't think about Web2 audience, and it's very important too. Our roadmap, I will show you demo. So let me show demo screen. Just a second. I mean, let me run the game. Just a second. Okay. Here we go. I will connect my Near wallet. So as you can see, we have different characters, and player can choose from different characters from our packs, mystery packs, and we can choose any
I believe we lost Alex again. I don't know if you can hear us, Alex. Ah, you're back.
I really hope you can hear what I'm saying, because I don't know what is happening with
Yeah,
connection.
the sound quality is very good, but you tend to fall away. You're good to go now, so I will let you continue your presentation. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah. Sorry for the connection. I don't know what is happening, but I hope you see the most part of what I'm talking right now. So now I'm showing the game. So here is the game. You can see. You can see a lot. My time will come to over soon. Okay, let's wait for other players for about some seconds. So all set, game is on, and so let's see the game process. Soon we will have some special tutorial for our game when we will fully launch it. Uh, to show you the duel, NFT. It's an NFT with some special characteristic. Okay, I hope. Okay. So as you can see, I'm moving right now, and I will fight with this player. When somebody fights with someone, he need to make the bet. And what is more important, as I mentioned before, all the characters have their special characteristics, and these characteristics you can see here. Now, the fight system is pretty easy, but we are going to improve it after launching the game. So that will be the end for now. I mean, about the demo of the game, and I will end with showing our Pixudi com website, and will be great to hear your questions. I really hope you see most of presentation I show you, because as I understand, something is bad with the connection.
Hey, Alex. Unfortunately, it was a few times,
Okay.
I believe 3 times, that we lost you. The moment you were actually in the chat, you were actually super loud and clear. So I've only one
Can you
question.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes. Okay, I will finish my presentation. Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. I will share my screen one more time. Okay. So on our pixudi.com website, everybody can easily buy our whitelist card. You just need to click join the.
Yes, dear listeners, I'm so sorry for this inconvenience. Unfortunately, Pixity from Alex has quite some network issues. I think it's a great initiative, and we should invite him in the future to actually give him the chance to do a proper showcase with a test before, of course, because it was tough to follow it. So I suggest we move on to the next project, the next showcase. I'm gladly representing World of the Abyss. It's another GameFi project. And yeah, he is here. I will invite Ilya right now. Hey there, Ilya. Can you hear me? I believe your microphone is muted, Ilya. Yeah, now we can hear you. It was actually muted from my side, Ilya.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. How
Okay.
are you doing?
Perfect. I'm doing well, but I thought we will have our pitch in half an hour, but it's okay. I was near the computer, so.
Oh, then in that case, we're actually very fortunate to have you here. Are you ready to showcase what you and your team are building?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Thank you so much. In that case, you may kickstart, Ilya, and show us what you and your team are building.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
It's incoming right now. Yes.
It's a pitch deck. Okay, my name is Ilya Kulibyakin. I'm co-founder and CBDO at Guerrilla's Game Dev Studio. Actually, what we do, we are developing games, and we are a very experienced team. And the project that I want to represent you today is the World of the Abyss. This is our mobile MMORPG with autoplay-free principles and empowered by M3 by Web3 approach. Actually, our beta of the game was awarded best mobile game of the Games Gathering 2022. It's already soft launched. You can actually play the game. You can download from Play Store and Play Market. Just put World of the Abyss, and you can play the latest version. It's free to play. For those who are lazy, I want to show a little bit of the gameplay. I'm not sure if you can hear my the video, but I hope you see it. So we have alchemy there, we have all the MMORPG stuff, plus our own unique mechanics, craft system, real 3D, and real multiplayer with real-time PvP. We have a whole bunch of stuff, dragons and awful monsters, etc. I'm not sure if you were able to hear the sound. It was made by our composers, but it's okay. At least I hope you heard my voice. So the game is already available. You can actually play, so no need to show too much. So the idea was to create something like the same level of fun that we have with Lineage 2 and with World of Warcraft on PC, but on mobile. So we try to make the same level hardcore game, but with more casual controls, so it easily can be played on mobile. Also we met blockchain recently, like several years ago, and we decided that some of the blockchain mechanics can be used in the game. For example, the idea of owning some in-game assets as NFT, and also like organizing peer-to-peer marketplace without pushing people to organize some gray or black markets. Now we can, with blockchain, we can organize it, let's say, by ourselves, and also have a cut from peer-to-peer transactions from people trading their stuff. Also, we have like unique idea of clan DAO. This is like a kind of crypto democracy, and I speak about this later. So, what we do, we use mostly bulletproof features in speaking about the game mechanics, and also speaking about Web3 mechanics. We don't just put everything just to have it and to have the name of it. So yeah, we use what is really bulletproof and useful. We have sustainable solid economy. We are not interested in some pantheonomics, etc. We have professional economists in our team, which is also doing like business modeling for us, and we are also working with advisors and consultants with our like regarding our tokenomics to make it connected with in-game economy and to make everything properly working. We have real PvP and hardcore massive online, not like in many other games. Actually, that's our like main feature. not speaking about absence of afterplay mechanics. The game is already launched, so we don't sell just white papers or promises or whatever, or MVPs. You can see the actual game. We provide 100% players engagement because we don't use any afterplay mechanics. We don't after battles. We don't like all these things. We want people to be involved and to actually play the game, not just put their device on the charging and waiting like hero boost and etc. We have real open world, so you can meet all the players on the map in real time, and you can fight with anybody you meet. You can fight or make friendship with anybody you meet on the map. We have working model for earnings. We don't just give money like what we gathered from investors and other players in a pyramidal way. We actually provide peer-to-peer marketplace for people to trade between themselves and to have sustainable economy by, let's say, natural economic ways. We are also developing clan DAO systems. This is kind of DAO democracy, because in classic way, usually clans have a kind of autocratic way of managing clans, but with tokenization and with in-game tokens, we can provide something like crypto democracy, so people can vote what clan should do according to their impact and according to their like possession of token, etc. And if you speak about studio, we are doing content very fast because we using technology of scriptable objects, this kind of containers, and also now we are using, of course, AI for most of the content creation. And actually, we have idea in future versions of the game to have user-generated content with AI and tokenized it through Web3 mechanics. This overall gaming market overview, I think you know all these figures. It's like 200 billions general video games market, and MMORPG market is around 18 billions, and we are going to get a good cut of it, a minimum 130 millions. We have very cool competitors. It's very like top triple A games. Some of them, like for example, Ni no Kuni and Mir 4, they already implemented Web3 mechanics, but we also have some benefits over them. For example, we have real open world, we have massive online. Actually, we use technology where we can provide up to 15,000 people on one server in a live. This means we can, like 15,000 people just can come to one place on one map in real time and meet each other. Also, we don't use, as many times I already said, we don't use any afterplay mechanics. And this is very good thing, because now many people complain in comments to even to AAA very beautiful games like MMORPGs, that they are tired of this afterplay stuff, after battles, like games become not games, but something like self-playing services. And the third thing, that we can provide actual earnings through our peer-to-peer marketplace and people exchanging stuff. We have very elevated marketing strategy, actually, and it's very efficient. Actually, we tried many things, and we understood what is efficient, what is not. So as we have free-to-play core, and the players actually do not need to buy any NFTs or something, or any tokens or whatever, or the game itself at the beginning. So it's free-to-play, you just download and start to play. So we can onboard all the possible players, including Web2 players, Web3 players, whatever. So we can buy cheapest targeted traffic, which is also easily monetized. and it's also good for blockchains because we actually convert Web2 players to Web3 through in-game mechanics, and we do it through Facebook and TikTok. We also do optimize CPI. Actually, for now, we have very good CPI for MMORPGs. Maybe I will talk more about it later, but for now, I can say that, for example, Latin America, we can get for 15 cents per player per download, and USA and Canada is around half bucks, and it's very big. It's very good figures for for mobile MMORPG. You won't find this. So after that, we use new sources. We will use new sources of traffic like Iron Source, Unity Ads, Search Ads, Google Search, and finally we do influencers, YouTubers, TikTokers, and bloggers to make more noise. I know that many projects start from this, but actually, as our experience showed, this is completely waste of money, especially on bearish market. So that's our that's how our marketing strategy cycle looks like. This is our team. We are three founders, huge experience in game dev and mobile marketing. Our main founder and CEO is Maxim Bondarenko. He have more than 13 years in game development and in the industry. He worked for many game dev companies and also have experience in mobile marketing. Yuri Stepa is responsible. He's mostly responsible, of course, for game dev, for technical part, and his main development lead. Yuri Stepa is our financial, legal, and economics professional. He's also our co-founder. He's a very serious guy. He has more than 20 years of experience in big companies, and he worked for companies of the level of Shell, etc. And he is helping us actually to do proper business modeling, economics, etc. And me, myself, I'm responsible mostly for business development, fundraising, PR, and I am myself serial entrepreneur. I have huge experience in media production, in show business, and PR, etc. We have also a cool team of let's say people who work in the field. So we are all together 16 people. We are fully packed with Unity developers, designers, sound designers, SMM professionals, 3D generalists, sound and even narrative designers. Also, we even have HR recruiter to have the best professionals at the lowest possible let's say price. This is our roadmap. I don't know. Can you hear me actually, or maybe I'm speaking with myself?
Yeah, we can hear you super loud and clear. Definitely continue.
Super, because I started to feel alone a little bit. Okay, this is our roadmap. Actually, we already soft launched in June, and our plan was to global launch in December, January. But actually, we decided to postpone global launch to September. The reason for this is that we actually need large sum of money for marketing boost, and there is no sense to do this marketing boost before summer, because this is connected with marketing cycles for in-game industry, because in summer people usually relax, they don't play so much in mobile games, they go to the seaside, etc. So it's better to do it in autumn, and the best time, of course, in winter before the New Year Eve and Christmas. That's our current traction. We did not invest so much money in the marketing. Actually, most of the traffic that we have is organic traffic, and the traffic that we got from our blockchain partners like Near and Aurora. And we just used some small checks of money just to test different hypotheses and to optimize our CPI, etc. So currently our figures are like this. We have 11K in social media. We have very good rating on mobile stores. You can see it by yourself. This is little old average CPI. As I already told, we have 15 cents for Latin America for now, and about $0.50 for USA and Canada paying customers. We already received huge grant from NEAR Foundations. Big thanks to them, also from Marketing DAO, and we already implemented actually NEAR protocol in the game. You can authorize through your NEAR wallet. You can attach your NEAR wallet to your in-game account now already on mainnet, and you can mint in-game NFT items to your NEAR wallet. And also, even our peer-to-peer marketplace is not ready yet, but people already found the way. They buy and sell in-game NFTs through Minbase, because Minbase is like third-party marketplace which accept also like third-party NFTs, let's say, without any special approval. We also received half of the Aurora grant, and we put on pause development and implementation of Aurora. We are waiting for them to pay out the rest of the grant to continue. And what we need now, we need to raise around, in the best case scenario, it's seed round of 2.5 million, and we expect our metrics to grow like progressively and have around 13 million installs in 3 years, and monthly average users 3.5 million. This is our value chain business model. Actually, we have several ways of monetization. The first one is a classic one through in-game purchases. It doesn't. It's not dependent any of the bearishness or bullishness of blockchain market, because this is just in-game purchases like in-game crystals, gear, etc. Also subscription, battle passes, loot boxes, and it's like our main way. It's our main stream of monetization. Also we use NFT, let's say Web3 stream of monetization by selling our in-game NFT items. Also, we will charge Web3 subscription fee, and also we will get a good cut from transaction from peer-to-peer marketplace. That's what people will be trading between each other on peer-to-peer marketplace. We offer to our investors two streams of let's say profits. It's like investments on two legs. So we invite investors both in equity if they're strategic, serious investors, and in tokens in case of like Web3 investors and let's say small check investors. Or both, or combined one. This can be by this we provide bulletproof returns, because you will get profits both from our let's say Web2 monetization, and when the bull run starts, we will have also opportunity to get good returns from Web3 monetization. That's our financial forecast. I won't stop much on this. If you are interested, we can provide you with up-to-date business model in Excel format. This is investment opportunities that we are offering. We need 2.5 million, and we invite investors at the valuation of 10 million. So we are ready to give 25% of equity for this money, and also comparable part in tokens, in free tokens. For now, 100% of shares belongs to founders. We raised about 400K to date from like in grants, in money of our own, in let's say friends, fools, and family money, and bootstrapped money. The minimum check is 100K, and in case we raise 2.5 million bucks, we guarantee 6 months payback period. This also can be seen in our business model. This is our our best partners, let's say like this, valuable partners. Actually, we are not running after names and quantity of logotypes on our website. I think you know all these great companies and protocols. I won't stop on this. And that's it. You can contact me if you're interested. And also what I wanted to add, if you consider yourself like angel or early stage investor, you're also welcome. We have a special offer, like early investment offer for you. So yeah, if you're interested, just contact me and we can find out the way to get a good proposal for you. That's all, folks.
Wow, Ilya, that was truly amazing. Wow, amazing. Thank you so much. Like, except that you had like an like an incredible showcase, a presentation. I really enjoyed what you and your team are doing. It's actually a quite funny story. When I was younger as a kid, when I was 14, I sold for 3 years my soul to World of Warcraft. And when I look at games, I think the main part is just having fun. And just seeing that little
Yeah.
preview, I can immediately see that what you guys are building is amazingly fun. So
Yeah, that's actually the idea of Max, to make really fun game, not just beautiful AAA with good franchise. Okay, they have billions and they can afford to make something, yeah. But finally, you just become bored of this game and they just want to take money from your pocket. But what we want is to make with the resources that we have the games which really fun, which will bring same level of hardcore that World of Warcraft and Lineage brought us on PC. And actually, we will have also PC version. I think as soon as we raise money in 3-4 months, we will get the proper graphics PC version. Because for now we have PC version for our community. You can download and play it on PC, but still it's optimized. The graphics is optimized for mobile, so it's not like top that can be got on PC, let's say.
Oh, that will be so cool. I'm looking forward to that. No brainer for me. I'm definitely gonna keep you on my scope. Like, many kudos to you and your team. And I think nobody can deny it. The GameFi industry has been growing rapidly, and most of all, it offers also a lot of opportunities that the traditional gaming industry does not. So my first question to you, Ilya, what are the main advantages for gamers to play WOTA compared to the Web2 games?
No, if you speak for now, the main advantage that actually that what our current early players, let's say if you have a community of around like 500 people like constantly playing, so the main advantage for them that they can boost now, and also they can kill some cool bosses, and they can get some cool stuff, cool NFTs that they will be able to sell to, let's say, more later players. And of course, if we speak about Web3 games or games with Web3 mechanics, the main advantage that people can make money for the time they invested, for the skills they developed, not only pay money, but also get money. And also this is a kind of distributing wealth, let's say like this, between let's say wealthy and lazy players who are ready to pay, who are ready to do in-apps, and who are ready to buy, who are not ready to spend much time, but ready to buy from some skillful player, but maybe not so rich, and they are ready to share their money with those players who are in need, for example. And those players who are in need, they can invest their time and skills to make money for them, for their families, and let's say sustain themselves with playing the game skillful way. So it's like win-win situation for both of them. for lazy and rich, and for skillful and not so rich or poor. So this social impact, this is kind of social impact of ours.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, you're opening a whole new dimension between finance, investors, but yet also still the gaming world. So yeah, I just keep on saying it. Amazing. I have to say, I kind of am a fanboy right now of what you and your team are doing.
Thank you. I hope you play the game. It's free to play. You already can download it from App Store and Play Market, and we will be happy to hear your feedback and to get you in the community. You don't need to pay anything to buy anything. Even you don't need to have any wallet, etc.
I will definitely hold up to you on that. Perhaps my team is gonna miss me for a week, but I definitely gotta check it out. And I was wondering,
Yeah.
like, are there also plans mapped out for like some type of skins that are connected with NFTs and ownership that can be traded and exchanged?
Yeah, we have a whole bunch of stuff. Actually, what we have, our initial idea was that we don't sell anything from us except loot boxes. For example, for now, you can buy on our partners marketplace. You can buy our loot boxes. It's called King's Chest. Yeah, Red King's Chest, I think, yeah, something like that. And when we global launch, you will be able to get some cool stuff from these loot boxes. But our main idea is that not we are from ourselves selling something, but people, they get their stuff, killing bosses and killing other cool players, looting stuff from them, and they can mint it in their wallets, and they trade between each other on peer-to-peer marketplace. That's the idea. But actually, of course, when we will have a good players base, of course, we will be selling skins and maybe some stuff from us to also to raise money to sustain our Web3 economy, etc., and also to boost our token price, for example, to sustain our token price and to boost, let's say, amount of transactions through this, because for us, for now, we are not going to issue any token, but I think when we reach 500k players, Web2 players, part of which will be Web3 players, we will be ready to do this TGA event, and we will be sure that we will have demand for our token, and that this economy will be like real sustainable, not some pansonomics or something. And if you are interested in this stuff, you can actually read our detailed 26-page white paper, which is also kind of game design, of course, simplified game design for normal people. And it's described how Web2 component, how the game works, and how Web3 component and token and NFT stuff supposed to work in details. It's on our website, worldoftheabyss.com.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying. I have one more tough question. I think this is a quite challenging topic for game developers in the Web3. How does your team create a strong balance between a fun game to play, but also healthy economics?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, it wasn't so much challenge at the beginning, because actually what we began to do, we just did the game at the beginning. So we are from gaming industry, and we are like we just did proper game design with fun, etc. Then we added Web3 component as one of the game mechanics. So it's not like everything, the cornerstone is Web3 and blockchain, etc. We just consider Web3 mechanics like NFT and play to earn one of the game mechanics. So it's no problem. Economy, actually, token economy and connection of token economy with in-game economy is a little bit issue, but we are solving this with our advisors and consultants from, let's say, professional tokenomists, and we are usually using such tools as machination, etc., to balance everything and to make everything work properly and to check different different hypotheses, yeah, how it could go with also trials to hack the system, etc. So this is part of our work, but it doesn't influence the fun of the game much. It may influence the economy, but we are doing our best to not to do it like a bad way, let's say.
Understood.
Bad way.
Understood. Oh, that's a great approach.
Usual way.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I heard many wild stories from the GameFi industry, and I really wish you and your team to keep on developing and all the success. Looks amazing. I have to say we're kind
Thank
of
you.
over time, but I want to ask one more short question. You choose to build on Near Protocol, or at least you're powered by Near Protocol. So, what was your
Yeah.
strategic motive to build on Near?
Actually, the technology itself, because it's cheap transactions, it's fast, and by this time we started to build, I think, around 1.5 or 2 years ago. I mean, the Web3 component, and that's the main points. And of course, the first what they saved us from actually closing the project, because it was a human guild who gave us a big grant that allowed us actually to extend our team from, I think, 7 people to 16 people, and also gave us a runaway time of almost a year to develop the game and to focus on this, not on running from one publisher to another and from one small investor to another, or just begging for money from our friends and families, etc. So it was no questions that Near for us is number one.
Amazing. That sounds like a true and nice synergy between the two of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
one more favor to ask you. There's a quite infamous person in this scene, Sam Bankman-Fried. I know he's quite a hardcore gamer. If he ever plays on your platform and you know who the man is, please ask him to send my money back. I know he's from FTX. He loves games, so if you ever meet him, do the favor for me, and I will owe you for life.
You mean to block his assets and send to you?
Like he did to me, please. No, I'm just messing around. Ilya, thank you so much.
No, we are Web3 here. Everything should be transparent.
Exactly, and that's how it's
Wild West. Okay.
Hey, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It was a great presentation.
Thank you.
And can't wait to test your game. Have a great day, Ilya.
Thank you. Bye bye. Good luck to everybody.
Bye bye. I can barely believe that we got to this point. We actually came to the last showcase of our demo day. It's actually a guest we had at our previous demo day. It's a quite remarkable team. And hereby I gladly present Narrowwood Network. Welcome.
Hello, hi. Hi,
Great
good
to see
evening.
you
Or
again.
thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you so much. It's been an extremely exciting time. I actually just got back from AdCon in Montenegro.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, we were pitching there as well. Went really well.
Lovely. So you've been on the move.
I have been on the move, yes. Actually, maybe for the ones who are traveling in here and are going to those conferences, I might have a bit of alpha to share for you guys.
Ooh.
But let's do that later.
Sounds great. So I know who you are, but many of us perhaps don't. So please introduce yourself, what you and your team are doing, and most of all, its core functionality. So
Sure.
feel free to kickstart.
Perfect. So let me share my screen. Let me see if I can manage to actually do that with this application here. I think that actually, yeah, that works really well. Perfect.
Yes, you're good to go.
So it's frozen on my side for some reason. Can you hear me? Can we see me well?
I believe now it's perfect from my side. How is it from over there?
Okay. Yeah. My camera is just frozen. No problem. So yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Johannes. And I am a co-founder of Narif Network. And what we do is we make Web3 developer experience suck a bit less. That's really all we do. And I'll give you a quick overview on how we do that. Oops, sorry, my computer is broken. So how does a DApp look like? If you think about, and please quickly tell me if you can actually, yeah, now it works. Very good. So, how does a DApp look like? On a very abstract level, a decentralized application consists of a blockchain, some kind of smart contract or business logic, and then some kind of user interface which allows the user to interact with that smart contract. Now, that's a theory. In practice, that whole thing looks a lot more like this, right? You have a lot of things surrounding your actual core DApp, which you also need to build. You might want to integrate external service, external data, you need oracles. You might want to send out notifications. You might want to send out emails. So you need to build a centralized system to be able to process that. You might want to build your application cross-chain. You need to build bridges. You need to basically extend your application across those different chains you're building it. You might want to, a smart contract doesn't execute itself. You might want to schedule events where you want to once a week, and I'll show you in just a second. Once a week you want to execute something. So how do you do that? You need to run a node or something and have a scheduler and run that there. Or you might want to listen to events on one chain and so on. So it's a lot more complex than it looks like on first view. It gets even worse. Building all those non-core parts is really making development a headache. You spend a lot of time on building them, but then you also spend a lot of time on maintaining them, because while the blockchain is in a sense maintenance free because it's just a backend which works, all those moving parts are not. And we've talked to a bunch of more mature and very mature projects, and they tell us, hey, actually we spend about 20% of our cost for development cost and like developer cost on the maintenance, the pure maintenance of all this, surrounding systems, keeping the DApp running. And the other thing is that this is very repeatable. Every DApp needs some kind of these things, and very similar ones. Everyone might want to send out an email or a notification. You might want to run maintenance tasks automated. It's a very, very common thing. So let's automate it. Also, what we don't have to forget, while those are not core processes, so should those processes fail, your application still somewhat works, but the experience is very much degraded. So you don't want to run a platform risk. You don't want to trust on a centralized third party on running your application. Just keep that in mind. We'll get back to this. Now, what do we do? Like, what is Narif? What do we want to have? We want to have a platform which is very simple to use and basically helps builders to be with them from the beginning. We want you, when you start a new project, you open up your VS Code, you open up your Remix, you open up your Hardhat or Truffle or whatever solution is, and you open up Narif just to enrich your application while you build it. Narif is super simple to implement. It's extremely clear and easy to use. It helps from day one of your project. And as you've seen, when you get rid of those 20%, you actually save quite a bit of money. And the beauty is, it starts simple, but Narif is quite complex, or complex enough. As it's as simple as it can be, as complex as it needs to be, the other way around. And it can really be used in more mature projects as well, right? As it scales, it's horizontally scalable. We can go into tech if you have a bit more time, but it really scales with your project. And really, what is the vision? Once again, we want that developers can focus on the core of their project, which is really building the decentralized apps, the apps, the user experience, the business logic in the smart contracts, and doesn't have to worry about all the surrounding stuff. Now, it's all this completely decentralized. Narif has two parts to it. We have, on one hand side, the Narif node, the Narif networks. So they have network with the Narif nodes, which is a permissionless network. It's not a blockchain, but it's a network with a consensus mechanism. And on the other side, we have the Narif app, which allows you to interact. You don't have to use it if you're more advanced, if you're a more complex project, you want to directly integrate with the infrastructure. But this Narif app is really what allows you to, from day one, very, very easily start and build with drag and drop your automation processes. Let's try it out. I've talked a lot. Let's build a very simple application from scratch here. So what do? We do a lottery contract. This lottery contract is extremely simple. It allows you as a gambler, and I've heard there's a bunch of people who like to gamble to play in this crowd. It allows you to pay in a certain amount of tokens into a smart contract, and once a week, you want there to be a drawing, and one person who has paid in, or one wallet who has paid in, is randomly selected and wins all the prize which is in there. Okay, let's build that with Nerif. Let me switch here quickly. I've actually recorded to make it a bit, you don't have to wait for transaction times, but it. So let's start from scratch here. We have this source code deployed here on Polygon Mumbai. It has two very easy functions, very simple functions. You can see here the function enter on top. And basically what it allows you can pay in money or a token to that contract. And then on the other side, you have a function pick winner, which randomly, and don't nail me on the random function here, please, selects one of the players and pays all that money or that tokens which are in that contract to the randomly selected wallet. Okay, so we have the contract deployed. Now let's switch over to Nerif. Okay, I log in using my MetaMask. You don't see that here in the screen recording, but basically I'm just signing my message to log in. That's how it looks like. Very simple user interface. I create a new workflow here. I am calling this workflow lottery. And what I want to do, I have multiple types which trigger a workflow, and I want to do a cron rule. So I want to run this once a week. We're actually doing it now once every minute, just for demo purposes. But that's what we're selecting here. And here I can see my builder. I define I want to run it once every minute. And then I add an action first. What I want to do, because I want to make it gas efficient, I want to do an ETH call. I want to actually ask the contract, hey, do you have enough players in the game? So I select Polygon Mumbai. It can all be cross-chain, as you can see. See here the function players exist, which I will use. Middle. So I get the contract here, contract address. The function is players exist, and it returns a Boolean, exist or not. So there's not at least two players in the contract in there. And then I just check, is the return of that function, which I have here, which I just get immediately in the system, is it true? And only if it is true, there's enough players in the game, right? So if that is not the case, I jump out of the workflow. If it is the case, now I want to, execute the actual transactions. I want to pick the winner, which is a state change. So it costs me something. But then once again, I select Polygon Mumbai here. It's on the same chain. It could be cross-chain. We're currently supporting 5 chains, actually. One is not here, but it's 5 million chains. Same contract. I have to put a gas limit now because it's costing me something. And now what I want to do, I want to execute this function pick winner. Okay, I do that. That's already it. I go out and I publish my workflow. This is all on-chain. That's new, actually, from the ones who have been here last time as well. This is now completely decentralized. I'm registering now my workflow on-chain. I go there. I see it's pending on-chain. Now it's active. It's been approved and basically finalized. So now I can go back into my front end, which is in this case just the Etherscan. I connect my MetaMask to that contract. You see connect 3. And I enter with 0.2 Matic as an example with one wallet. And I switch my wallet. As you can see on top, it switches very quickly. And I enter with another 0.2 ETH. Okay. Now you can see I have entered with those 2 wallets. And I can see, no, there's no transaction yet. But if we go back, we can see that every minute it is being executed. So you can see, okay, well, it's been executed. So you can see that now the 0.4 Matic have been transferred out from the smart contract to the winner wallet. It's a very simple demo, but I mean, all the developers in here who understand, how it works can imagine what else you can build with this tool set. And as I said, it's completely decentralized, so you don't run any counterparty risk, you don't run any platform risk, and it's currently live on 5 chains. So let me switch back to my presentation here. Oops, that's the wrong one. So what have we achieved since 2020-24 when we started? And this is also important for the ones who've seen another demo we did. First, the core of the parts, they're done. So how are we running this? We're running this with DKG, distributed key generation, with the threshold ECDSA implementation, which allows us to really run this without having, with having dynamic members or dynamic nodes of the network, but not having to have a central point to set the thresholds and to do the multi-sigs. The MAP live, you can demo it, you can use it, you can try it. It's currently live on 5 chains. We have it on Ethereum, we have it on Polygon, we have it on BSC, we have it on Linea, and we have it also on Gnosis chain, more to be implemented. And we have a waitlist online. We have currently about 70 developers in there and on board, and they're basically trying it out and alpha testing it. On the growth side, there's quite a bit of interest from several organizations out there. We're constantly in touch. I'm constantly turning around. Actually, I mentioned EdCon, we participated in the super demo competition at EdCon. There was 48 participants kind of on location in this final round, and we were the runner-up against a tremendous project, which is so much more advanced than we are. But we're super happy of basically having been able to secure 2nd place there at EdCon in front of about 1,000 people. We are, holding multiple conferences and workshops all around the world. We did one at ETH Zurich, DeFi Meetup Zurich, and EdCon as well. I'll be in Belgrade just next week, and that's actually where the alpha comes in. But later back to that. Don't forget to ask me. There's a kind of a community channel that we find it's growing. We have a very active Telegram groups. And to support that, we do events around the world. We already did 4 of those in Porto, ETH Zurich, Lisbon, and now at EdCon as well. And there's actually quite a bit more in planning. So really full steam ahead on both the tech, but also on the community building. And on the legal side, we're up and running to accept and to close this round, which is what brings me to my last slide. I know I'm always a bit quick with those pitches because I hate long pitches. So we're raising 3 million to develop this MVP we have into a fully decentralized network and do a token generating event in mid 2024. We need to do that to really be able to scale and to really be having enough nodes in the network and enough decentralized and verifiably decentralized nodes in the network to really allow the scaled use cases of it. And we're doing a mini token raise for current important investments. We can discuss shareholding as well. So yeah, that's basically for me. Just one more thing. I mentioned waitlist is live. It's getting quite long, but as you know, in those small and closed settings, I like to offer you a priority access. So if you use the referral code Nerif Aurora on this link here on the waitlist, I will gladly put you on top of our list and hope to see you to try out and build on our platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Johannes. As expected, it was going to be a great pitch. I think you guys are an example of an initiative that really support the infrastructure. The tools you make for builders are amazing. So thank you so much for your noble initiative. And most of all, I'm definitely going to test the waitlist. I would like to get on the top of the line. So thank you for sharing this on our event. It's an honor. And most of all, also congratulations, like 2nd place on ETHCon. That's major. So
not ETHCon, it's EdCon. Almost.
Gotcha.
Second largest conference. we'll do DevCon next year.
Amazing. And can you explain me like what was your experience on this conference?
So Montenegro has kind of turned into this hub for the Ethereum community a bit. With Susalu, maybe some of you know it, is they did this co-living project where a couple of months, 200 people were living together, had workshops every single day and just kind of develop stuff together. And EdCon was kind of the outflow of that. So you had tremendous quality of people. I think it was about in total 2,000 attendees, 3,000 attendees at the conference. And it's like it's a small country, it doesn't have much infrastructure. But what happened is that I loved it because people started self-organizing, right? People started self-organizing, which is community-driven, from transport, kind of a decentralized type of Uber on Telegram, to side events, to organizing where to stay, to people just it's just great vibe, great people, great discussions. Yeah, I love it.
Ah, that's so exciting. I hope I get the chance to meet you once in person at a conference. I really admire what you and your team are doing. I remember from the previous demo day, your colleague, also a legend, like no brainer that you have bright minds.
Thanks.
I gotta say also, you kind of answered most of my questions during your pitch.
Oh, that's nice.
It was a great overview. So I really want to thank you for your time. It's amazing to have you again here, and I will welcome you again at our next Demo Day event.
Cool. Do you remember what I said during the pitch, that you have to ask me about something?
Yeah, the alpha, definitely.
The alpha. Okay.
Please.
So who in here likes tacos?
Oh, I love tacos. My lady loves tacos. My brother. Okay, tell us more.
So what we do, right, as part of, I mentioned that briefly, but as part of our community events, we do this thing called Tacos with Nerif. We did actually a tremendous one in Montenegro just 2 days ago, and the community, we didn't plan it, but the community said, hey, we want to do tacos, when tacos. So what we'll do for everyone who's going to Belgrade this weekend, and I'll post a link in the group afterwards. Everyone who's going to be in Belgrade in tacos, you're the first ones to actually know this because we have not officially announced it yet. We'll do a Tacos with Nerif. It's going to be tremendous. So everyone who wants to meet me in person and who likes tacos, likes good tacos, should join us on Sunday in Belgrade. If you say you're from Aurora, I'll just approve you guys. And there's limited tickets, and it's going to be full. It's going to be sold out quite quickly. That's the alpha.
Oh man, that's
it's
such
taco
a taco alpha. You're definitely the first mover on that. So when is this event?
So ETH Belgrade is going to be this weekend. In a week, next weekend. So this starts on the 2nd until the 4th of June, and it's going to be on Sunday. So Sunday, the 4th of June in Belgrade, for the community who's traveling to that conference.
Well, for the DeFi lovers and the taco lovers, take this opportunity with Johannes. Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure, and yeah, I'm very eager to know how the taco event is gonna proceed. I hope you can post some on your socials.
I will.
Oh, lovely. Thank you so much, Johannes.
Very cool, guys. Thank you so much. And all the investors, you know where to find me. And please try out our application. Hey, thank you so much.
All right. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Well, dear listeners, we came to the end of the demo day. We had 12 projects showcasing their project and their core functionalities. I have to say, I love this, but at the same time, I definitely need a little break. Before we end the stream, I definitely want to share a little bit more about our platform. So like I started, PitchTalk is a decentralized platform, and we accelerate fundamental innovation and application. And something nice about our platform is that any project can open a personal page on our platform. They can add their socials, they can add information like tokenomics and pitch decks, but they can also benefit from our features. So we have a unified ecosystem that can help you get technical integrations. We have integrations to launchpads to initiate fundraisings. We can also raise interest. And also, as soon as you sign up as a project page and you get approved, you can also sign up for these demo day events. So these demo days events, we organize them structurally. I would say on a monthly basis, we do it once or twice. We go from blockchain to blockchain. We invite at each blockchain the ecosystem of ambitious projects. And like today, we love to showcase these innovative builders with a lot of passion. So last but not least, at the moment, it's entirely free to sign up at our platform. In the nearest future, we are going to add a payment system. So if you're a project builder, benefit now from this opportunity. And most of all, thank you for tuning in, and hopefully till the next demo day.